Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And welcome. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Derek Watkins, and welcome to Born Rich. Men talk manhood, fatherhood, financial strategies, and building generational wealth. Happy Father's Day. Happy Juneteenth. I want to welcome everyone that's watching this show this morning. This is a very exciting time right now. We're going to speak to and hear from some great experts on all the things I just mentioned and even more. Before we begin, we're going to hear from Kamar Patar. He's going to welcome us with a prayer for men. So whenever you're ready, Kamar, you're able and willing to go.
Grand Rising, everybody. Thank you, Brother Derek,
Thank
for
you,
the
sir.
introductions. And to all of our family and our brothers, echo the sentiments of Happy Father's Day as well as Happy Juneteenth. Right, family, let's go into our heart space and get into our sacred space as all things, particularly within our traditions, they begin with acknowledgement of a higher power, acknowledgement of the divine. We know that is recognized and acknowledged in many different ways, but we invite you to be able to center yourself in this moment as we begin to uh, create the ambiance for a powerful day. Right? So, if you will, Great Spirit, we give thanks and praise for this divine opportunity in your presence that is never absent to be right here and right now with us as we are in envisioning and laying the strategies for creating the divine design of our lives. Great Spirit, in this moment, we imbue the spirit of love in our hearts, minds, and our physical, spiritual, and emotional bodies. Bless us in this moment to recognize that this love is necessary for the optimal health of our families, communities, nation, and the entire globe. Great Spirit, in this sacred moment, we now reset and connect our true and most authentic powers and divine intelligences that reside within. Bless us to see ourselves as the divine sees us, as we know that we are microcosms of the divine macrocosm. Great Spirit, right here and right now, guide us to the wisdom of our powerful and dwelling spiritual currency and align us with a vibrational match with one of the most powerful currencies on the planet. It's money. Great Spirit, in this moment, we make ourselves available to be present as vessels for our children, those who were birthed into our family, and all who make up our circles of love, influence, and obligation. May your presence through us leave indelible imprints of wisdom and love that will last for eternity. Great Spirit, right here and right now, we make a commitment to prioritize our lives, to practice self-care. We commit to daily rituals and exercise that support the optimal levels of our spiritual, emotional, physical, and financial health. Encourage us to make ourselves available to be emotionally, spiritually, physically, and financially fit. Great Spirit, thank you for giving us, thank you for giving our brothers the capacity to continue to show up to our divine assignments and guiding our paths as sons, husbands, fathers, leaders, visionaries, warriors, and legacy builders for our families and communities. Again, we thank you, acknowledge you, and we are grateful for this opportunity to be able to show up and be present and be vessels for the divine design of our lives. Amen, Amin, Amina, Ashe. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Patar.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Johnson. I'm the Chief Economic Inclusion Officer and General Counsel for YWCA Metropolitan Chicago. And I'm excited to talk to you this morning and be a part of this amazing event where we talk about how we create generational wealth, why it's important, why it's urgent for our community, and how we uplift each other as we climb. So I have some amazing panelists that will be joining me, and I'm excited to have this conversation with them and to allow them to share their insights as we determine how we as men will take charge of our futures, lead our communities, and inspire others to do the same. So I'll let my co-hosts, co-presenters introduce themselves, and we'll get started.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Ingram, and I am the Chief Economic Inclusion Officer of YWCA Metro St. Louis.
Hi, my name is Sean Rochester. I'm the author of The Black Tax, The Cost of Being Black in America, and the CEO and chairman of a special purpose acquisition company that's raised over $100 million to be able to invest in minority companies and companies that impact our communities in a positive way.
Thank you, gentlemen. As we gather today, the purpose of this conversation is to really have an open dialogue and to share our insights and our perspectives on a wide variety of topics: fatherhood, what financial strategies we have employed or we think should be employed, both personally and collectively for our communities, and then how do we create generational wealth? So let's start with um, since tomorrow is Father's Day, let's pay homage to ourselves and to those other brothers that are fathers, and let's talk about your perspective on fatherhood, how it relates to manhood, how it relates to money, and our role as men, as the financial leaders in our community, and some of the challenges that we face. I know that's a broad topic, so I'll go in reverse order and ask Sean to begin, and then Stephen, if you can share, and I'll bring up the rear.
Yeah, that's a powerful question. I'll try to do it, as much justice as I can. I think there's a great responsibility that comes, with fatherhood, in terms of being a provider, being a positive example. Making sure that your children, your family are well positioned as best as you can possibly do so, and to make sure that there is a connection to community, so that in their pursuits of excellence, they're also lifting right as they are rising, kind of across the board, and feel a moral obligation and just an obligation to the group, to the tribe, and to the people, right, to put us in the best position possible, despite the challenges that we have. And you try to do your best every day to not only to they say there's practice what you preach, but then there's also practice what you practice, right? So to try your level best to be able to put these practices into place. It's a great honor to be a father, and I love it. I've always looked forward to it. I want to do a great job. I hope the kids feel that way, because working hard to do so, and I think it's a blessing. The brass tacks of it, though, it comes down to the ability to execute on our desires is closely tied to the financial resources that we have. Right? We live in a capitalist society where so many outcomes are tied to wealth and resources, right? Within your family context and within your community context. And that's why the tie to, wealth and financial management and wealth creation and legacy building is so critical to us being able to execute on the things that we want. So I'll kind of pause there and let Stephen kind of really take off on that.
All right, thanks, Sean. I think I could definitely piggyback off of many of the things that you just stated as it relates to the overall perception of what a father is. And I think that it's also important to say that there are many of those of brothers that are out there who do not have children, but do assume the role in some degree. And that is equally as important when you think about not only being a provider and that stable force within a family structure, but it's also being that example out in the community when our children see so many negative things, when they are enticed by so many things that are going on out there. So having that mentor, having that person that is able to teach you and show you the way along the way, introduce you and expose you to things that you ordinarily may not have been exposed to or had someone in the home to be able to teach you. So it is critical that men assume the role of being that, not only that visionary, as Brother Kamal said earlier, but being that leader by example. And then it's really a each one teach one to some degree. You give all of the information, all of the foundational information that is needed to be successful, and then you just reinforce that right along the way. Continue to have those open dialogues and communications of why things are so important right now, especially at the time that we're in within this country, the polarization and things of that nature. So it's equally as important for us to be visible, for us to be present, and for us to be accessible to anyone who is seeking knowledge and information about how to advance their lives.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great insights by both of you. So, what I'll add from my perspective to build on both of those comments really is around the first thing that comes to mind. One, first, again, I just want to lift up fathers again because I feel like we don't get a whole lot of love. And as we're going into Father's Day, again, I want to make sure that I give a shout out to the dads as many times as I can throughout this presentation. But and having said that, as that thread continues in my mind, it's really about that visibility piece that you just talked about, Stephen, in terms of visibility in your home, but outside your home and in your community. I think one of the things that that we also should lift up, in addition to what we do to protect our own, is what we do to protect others, protect the community. Because I think we talk about our ability to provide, and that's a whole thing that we can unpack in terms of the racist system in which we live and the barriers that prevent Black men from being able to provide and to have that ideal image of what a father often pretends to be in the popular media and in popular culture. So we could talk about some of the barriers that prevent men from being able to provide. But I think there's also another role, which is to protect. Protect not only your home but protect the community. And I know both of you brothers do that in terms of your involvement in the community and how we develop that community and how we protect each other. So when I think about fathers, I hope that as we embark upon this Father's Day, that there will be a more concerted effort for brothers not only to provide but to protect their homes, protect their communities, because our communities are under assault. I mean, it's just a reflection in many instances of what's going on in the home. We talk about generational wealth a lot and generational curses. There's one that we need to lean into, which is generational wealth, and one we need to lean away from, which are those generational curses, some of those behaviors that unfortunately get passed down to our children because they will be what they see. As we, as men, are active in the community, actively engaging with our kids about financial education, financial information, financial inclusion. Again, I shout out to Sabrina and World of Money because they are at the vanguard of being able to provide that information so that you get this two for. You get the kids learning about how to create wealth. And at the same time, because many of us, if your family was like mine, my dad and I didn't have conversations about how to create wealth. Um, if you begin that dialogue with your children, you're teaching them and you're learning at the same time. So you get a multiple of two as you're teaching each other about how to become better stewards of your money and your resources. So I want to shift as we talk about fatherhood and kind of build upon that last piece about financial strategies, and bring back the sort of the topic of our panel, which is the urgency of now. And I want to talk about from you all's perspective, and then I'll go and report for it again, Stephen, and then Sean, and then I'll follow up. Um, the urgency of now for our people, and I'll tee it up because I often quote this statistic that white folks essentially have 10 times the wealth of black folks. Average white family has a net worth of around $176,000, whereas the average black family has a net worth of around $17,600. And Asian and Hispanic families don't fare much better, according to recent Brookings Institute studies. So, what does that signal to you in terms of what we need to do in terms of wealth creation, and what financial strategies do you think we need to lean into to try to address that racial wealth gap, which is essentially what we're talking about? So, Stephen, I'll toss that one to you first, and then if you can provide some perspective. I know you've written a book on this topic, so I know you're going to have some nuggets that folks can take home.
Well, let me say that the book is in progress. Haven't gotten it out yet, like Brother Sean, and assume that author title. But this is something that we do every day, in looking at what's going on, and our efforts to try to close or shrink the wealth gap that we have. We know that we are playing from a deficit by and large within our community. And when we look at the social determinants of wealth, and we know that we have housing, we have employment, and then, of course, entrepreneurship, which is a big piece of this conversation. And we're probably going to hit this several times. It goes into some of the work that Sean does in raising capital. It definitely goes into the work that you do every day as well, Robert. And so looking at those opportunities, making sure that we are identifying where the resources are and creating access to those resources and opportunities. There is a ton of funding that's out there, but when we look at women and African Americans that are seeking those funding opportunities, we are receiving a very small, almost minute amount of the funding that's there. So where is the capital? Understanding what's going on, the difficulties associated with getting the business started, getting it into community, getting capital, being able to get things moving. So there are a lot of challenges there. And that question, Robert, is a really good one because, again, this is a big piece, I think, in terms of we could unpack this. This could really consume our entire time just looking at this piece here. But there is a lot to look at, and we can't exclude. We are talking about wealth creation, but we also have to understand extraction in the community and where those pieces are. So having that understanding of how the money is being taken away and historically has been taken away then leads us to how we can better create and move forward.
Okay. Well said, brother. Sean.
Yeah, so as Stephen said, this is a big topic, right? And we won't have enough time to kind of delve into it. But we'll do our best, right, with the time that we have. The wealth gap, as you guys know, is enormous, right? And we're dealing with many gaps, but I like to focus on the economic gaps because the economics that underpins everything else. So let's talk about the wealth gap, right? And let's like quantify it in a very precise way. So if you look at the mean wealth difference between black and white families, mean, because people quote lots of different information. The difference between the two is $841,000. If you take that across 17 million black families, that's $14 trillion, right? So we're talking about an enormous gap, and that's today. And by the way, that gap's growing every year, right? So the other gap that we're dealing with is a massive gap in businesses, right? That are large enough to have employees. some people may know that there's about 2.56 or so million Black businesses, but only 4% of those, maybe 115, 120,000, are big enough to have employees. And we're missing 1.4 million of those, right? So we're missing a massive part of our, economic, entrepreneurial business infrastructure that allows circulation to happen within our communities. And then another 6 million jobs associated broadly, right, with those things. So to be able to have the type of thriving communities that we want, we have to address those gaps in wealth. We have to address those gaps in businesses. We have to address those gaps in jobs. And we got to be able to do that at scale, right? And that's about the massive reallocation of resources to be able to drive those things. The now the reason that is so important. I mean, there have been studies done. I think it was, McKinsey did a study and said if you close the wealth gap, right, that it would generate like $2 trillion, right? It would add to the economy after the first decade of that. It pays for itself. Is a short version of it.
Absolutely.
It's not just like a feel good plan and strategy. So we need to have, policies that are in place to make capital available, to make capital affordable, right, for businesses. We need to have ourselves as individual consumers demanding, right, to do more business with, Black product and service providers kind of across the board, whether it's managers or doctors or plumbers or roofers or solar or any of these terrific, services that are never going to be, outsourced. We got to make sure that the companies that we work for and that we, buy goods and services from, and the government agencies that are out there have Black enterprise in their supply chains, right, at scale, and are making working capital available so that they can grow within those supply chains, and that we have a large effort kind of across communities to work on upskilling, right? Because we have to deal with the disproportionately high level of low income communities. By the way, there's a whole history associated with why that's the case. That's not
Right.
because Black chose that to be for themselves at all. But if we're talking about what we're doing right now, what are those initiatives to provide, opportunities to upskill to skills that companies specifically want now and will hire for now? Like these are things that are really critical, right? And then for those of us that are blessed, to have economic resources, are we doing a good job managing them, right? And handling them, growing them, addressing that economic leakage? Are we doing a good job working at consolidating our capital? We don't do a good job working together, right? We can bring our capital together and we can start businesses, we can fund businesses, we can help capitalize really interesting, opportunities. Those are things that we need to work on as well to be able to stimulate, right, the closing, right, of this gap.
I'm glad you brought that up, and that's sort of that cooperative economics piece, which we look at other cultures, and we often criticize various aspects of different cultures as are we criticized, but there's some takeaways from some other cultures that have allowed them to be successful, and I'll cite one example. About 60% of the hotel industry is owned by Asians, primarily Asian Indians. And that is because they recognize that the average cost of a motel in a rural area was probably comparable to the house, to the cost of a house in a more affluent neighborhood. In a hotel, you may be looking at a 5-bedroom house versus an 8 to 10 room motel. And they doubled down in that industry and started buying motels, living in those motels instead of living in a house, and then inviting their family members to live in those hotels, so that they all learned the hotel industry, and then they began flipping hotels like people flip houses, and now they own 60% of the hotel market. So they may start with a motel, flip it, buy a Choice Hotel or a Wyndham or something, and then ultimately get into a Hilton or a Hyatt. So they cooperatively work together and dominate an industry. So as we talk about strategies, because I mean, Sean, again, I love the stats and the data because it's there, but as stark as it is, it also provides us guidance and areas that where we need to focus. And both of you talked about one of those areas because 50% of the racial wealth gap is as a result of the lack of scalable, businesses in our community. And you pointed to it earlier. 96% of Black businesses are solopreneurs. They only have one person. You can't scale or sell a one person business. So if we're going to go back to Stephen's point and look at how we transform our community, from my vantage point, it has to start with entrepreneurship because that's the biggest component of the wealth gap. That as entrepreneurs hire folks, they invest in communities, they invest in infrastructure, they provide opportunity, and they're innovators. And we as a community need to, and we are entrepreneurial by nature. It was not until recently that I realized that I was raised by entrepreneurs. You know, my mother and grandmother were both domestics. They cleaned white people's houses. They never worked for anybody. They were entrepreneurs. That thought of them being entrepreneurs never resonated with me until I got much older, because we think of entrepreneurs as, you know, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, you know, people going on and done these great things. But the vast majority of people do not work for corporate America. I mean, you think about it, there's only, you know, Fortune 500, that's literally 500 companies that typically employ maybe a couple thousand, 4 or 5,000 people. The vast majority of people and the vast majority of businesses are small business. They're entrepreneurs.
Mhm.
That exists in our community too, because the vast majority of our folks don't work for corporations. I don't know where you guys live, but there's no corporations in my neighborhood. They're mom and pop franchises. So
Mhm.
talk to us about, again, let's lean into this entrepreneurial space, and let's lean into, because I want to stay on this racial wealth gap, because that is the urgency of now, from my perspective. We gotta begin to unpack this thing, provide strategies that folks can employ. And if there are specific things that you guys are doing, you know, personally, like whether or not you're an entrepreneur, what you're investing in, I want folks to walk away with, man, I could do that. You know, I can invest in that. I could start that. What is it that some of the strategies that you are employing personally, or that you're a part of, that just to share with folks that may be a source of inspiration? So I'll go with you, Stephen, if there's something that you can share, and then I'll come back to Sean, and then I'll talk about some of the things that I'm trying to do as well.
I think that this is a great conversation, Robert and Sean, because it does speak to so many things on multiple fronts. When we're talking about entrepreneurship and things of that nature, ordinarily folks just tend to think about, the business and what we're selling or what we're doing or whatever have you, but we're also talking about job creation. We're talking about putting back into the economy. We're talking about better communities, better schools. We're talking about those kinds of things and how it's all interconnected. But one of the pieces that Sean was hitting on earlier, especially as it relates to in-demand industry and where the opportunities are. And so making sure that we're identifying the lanes and the routes into the opportunities that are there. I think that is one of the most critical pieces to this. But then understanding what community needs are. I think entrepreneurship for some can be a bit of an intimidating proposition because it is something that takes time. It's not something that is going to happen overnight. There are steps that are there. There is understanding what your vision is and where you're trying to go, what you're trying to do. Is it viable in the community or the space that you're looking at trying to do it? And then being able to access the resources and things of that nature. The urgency of now, I think, is critical on a few fronts as well, Robert. In it that with everything that's going on in terms of society and in this country, it has been a challenge over the last few years with COVID and everything that's there. But there has also been some significant opportunity. Here in St. Louis, we're talking about at one point we were leading the way in the country in startups. I think now we've moved down to three or somewhere around there. But the opportunity is there, and there are a lot of resources in terms of training, and things of that nature to be able to get you into the space if you have not done so before. And so it's getting that understanding, getting that education, connecting folks with those that can help and assist them along the way, and then having that mentor, even if you will, or that coach to help you to continue to progress. And so it is interesting because it's one of those things where you see that there are the fire is hot, the opportunity is there, and so how do you capitalize off of that? From a investing piece, I think everybody has their different strategies and what they're looking at. I know for my wife and I, we've been looking more at index funds and funding into that just kind of across the board. And so just dabbling in that piece now, as opposed to saying that we're putting our money into one thing and hoping that that one thing pays off.
Right.
So we're looking at how we can maximize our dollars in hopes that we can get more of a return, while at the same time continuing to educate ourselves in that space because we did not grow up having entrepreneurs or investors in our household. We come from humble beginnings, and our families did the best they could with what they had. So for us to try to build on and to leave something behind is what is most important because the one thing that we all have in common here as it relates to urgency, Robert, is we're running out of time no matter who we all are. So making the right decisions now is truly incumbent if you're wanting to build and be and have something there to leave behind.
Awesome. Awesome. Index funds. All right, I got it. Sean.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be broad and wide
Okay.
with this one because it's so critical. Um, so on an individual level, because I, I I grew up without resources, right? Like I tell people, in our family, when somebody died, you got a bill, not an inheritance.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So you had to figure out how to make like a dollar out of 15 cents. You had to figure out how to make your money more impactful than it really appeared to be. So I spent a lot of time really studying and focused on the financials, right? I wrote a book about personal financial management. I felt like a lot of information out there was about what I call allocation problems, which is you got $1 million and how to allocate it, right, across various portfolios so you can get generational wealth. But we have an accumulation problem, right? Because we want to be in that position.
Right.
And it
Preach.
wasn't about how do you get there, right? How do you handle, manage, and grow your limited resources to their highest and best use? How do you start with understanding what your personal cash position is? Because 100% return on nothing is still nothing,
All
right? We
day.
can talk about Bitcoin and all the sophisticated, everybody wants to start at level 7. But I'm
Right.
like, we got to focus on the fundamentals, right? Maximizing cash flow, maximizing ownership, which means you're the only one who has claims on your asset as opposed to others, right? That's where debt comes in. And how do you reduce your debt? How do you eliminate it? How do you uh, ensure that you don't go back into it in a society that's driven by debt fueled consumption, right? Even when you're trying to do the right thing, you're moving through kind of a debt platform, right? To be able to do it. How do you make sure that we're maximizing our credit? So if we do need to access it, it's being done at an affordable, rate. And how do we have enough to put into the various buckets that we need, right? Because we may want to buy a home, or we may want to get married, or may want to start a business or invest in somebody else's business, or put some money away for college, right, for the kids in the future and these things. So we've got to handle, manage, and grow our resources so we can drive, and invest in those things and take care of the fundamentals. If we're working at a company or organization that has like a tax deferred retirement, like a 401k, or its
Mhm.
equivalent, if you work in a government, that's you're putting your money in. The company, if you're fortunate, 80% of companies provide a match, is matching you on top of that. That's free money, 100% return. And that's lowering the taxes that you have to pay now, today. You pay in the future, but it's lowering what you have to pay now. So the government is investing with you, right? So it's your money plus the company's money plus the government's money. How are you optimizing all of that, right? And viewing that as an investment as opposed to a stressor on your income. Like those are the really important things to maximize, right? And then of course there is, because doing that is what puts us in a position to be able to invest in ourselves. The capital that goes into these business, the first sort of capital is personal capital. People
Right.
call it, and then the next is from you, the group that's around you. People call that friends and family, right? It's what we put in as individuals, and then it's what our group can help us put in to fund it. The biggest source of funding for startups, for businesses, is friends and family,
Right.
right? It's $60 billion on an annual basis. When you look at the liquidity for the average black family, the estimates are it's like $200 of liquidity. And in emergencies, most black families can't tap into someone who can help them with $3,000 for an emergency. So how are we going to have the friends and family money to put into the businesses that we need? So for those of us that are earning higher incomes, we have a great responsibility to reduce the economic leakage, to maximize cash flow, to maximize ownership, and to be putting money away, right, for our kids and for retirement and the like. But that puts us in the position to be friends and family rounds for other people. Because what makes a black business a black owned business is the equity capital that goes into it, right? That's from the entrepreneur, but that's also from us too. Like we have to be part of that investment round to help capitalize these businesses. And then other people can bring in their capital as well to complement that. So what we can't be is bystanders to this entrepreneurial product process and critics of it as we are bystanding about what people are doing or not doing, because they need additional capital. And if you want the business to be black owned and to stay black owned, because growth requires dilution, right? Then
Exactly.
you have to make sure that we're putting our capital in with these business owners as well, if we're so fortunate to be in a position to do so. And we generally have not been doing a good job of that because we don't have a strong enough group affinity from a commercial aspect, right? And we have to do a better job of consolidating our capital so we can invest in these businesses and start to get that positive feedback cycle, right? Because a lot of us are waiting to see the success, right? And that becomes problematic. It's something I diagnose as call me when you win,
Right.
right? It's
Oh man.
extremely problematic, right? And there needs to be those of us with this heart and with this mind to work together and to show people that it can be done, right? That the coast is clear, that the water is warm, right? And that we'll look out for each other, right? In this whole process. So apologies for kind of,
No, brother, you took us to financial church. I mean, I'm rocking my. I'm like the pastor rocking in my pew because I mean, you talking my language. Oh my God! So first of all, we got to plug your book because you didn't say the name and where folks can get it. So when we talk about cooperative economics, you got a product. So we got to make sure that everybody on this call supports what you're doing because you dropping bombs that can change people's lives. So what's the name of the book? Where can we get it?
So there are two books. One is called The Black Tax, the cost of being black in America. The other is called, CPR for the Soul, where soul stands for stewardship, ownership, and legacy, right? Both are available on Amazon in any form you want, whether it's audiobook or Kindle or the physical book. And it's also available at www.blacktaxed.com, as well. Thank you for that.
So I'm gonna challenge everybody on who's under the sound of my voice. It's Father's Day. I told y'all fathers don't get no gifts. We don't want no socks. We don't want no ties. We want this book. We want so go say it again so that folks can go get this book for their dads. Anybody who's played a dad, anybody who wants to be a dad, anybody who raises children. This is collective economics right now. Support this brother. Get this book and learn what's in it because what he's talking about is critical. So, and it's a perfect setup for what I'm interested in right now, which is investing in black businesses. And there's several ways. I mean, when you talk about not having anything, I mean, all of us, share a common background. The collective of black folks have a humble beginning since we were brought here as slaves. So we all are trying to eke our way out of that existence and out of that beginning. But the piece around investing in black businesses, there's it's amazing. So there's only two types of financing that exist. There's either debt or equity. And we ain't gonna get no loans, so we can stop thinking about that right off the bat. Banks don't loan to black people. They don't loan to startups in general, and they definitely don't loan to black startups. So if we're going to invest in black businesses, it's going to be through equity. And I love what you said, that we want to wait and see if something's going to be successful. Well, it ain't going to be successful if you don't help it be successful.
Exactly.
It's a foregone conclusion. So we have to, again, that's that form of collective economics that we talked about before in terms of what other communities do. And what's amazing to me is that most businesses in our community would see rapid acceleration from a $5,000 to $10,000 investment. So let's pull back. We're not talking about your life savings or hundreds of millions of dollars that we need to invest in these black businesses. Most black businesses are undercapitalized, and a $5,000 injection to a new entrepreneur is a game changer. There's not many opportunities that you're going to get to own a piece of business for that type of investment. So I want to break it down for folks, the type of numbers that we're talking about. The average entrepreneur does less than $150,000 a year in revenue. Most entrepreneurs, you've just created a hard job for yourself as a solopreneur. But there's opportunities to scale that if we could come together. If I got 250 on it, you got 150. We pool our capital together. We can invest in these businesses and help them grow and scale. So in addition to I go back to Stephen's point about diversification, and the subject of your book is about how folks, the response to your book about folks allocating their resources in different buckets when they have resources. Let's talk about how we can concentrate in investing in our black businesses, because those have the potential for the highest return. They have the potential for the highest return from a community standpoint. They have the potential from a highest return from an economic standpoint, and also for future wealth generation, for not only that individual's family, but your family as well. What folks don't understand, how wealth is created from an entrepreneurial standpoint, is what's called an exit, a liquidity event. Most of our entrepreneurs never experience that. You know, entrepreneurs, true entrepreneurs build companies to sell, because that's where the wealth and the value is stored in your business, is once you scale it and then you can sell it to another entrepreneur. So as we talk about keeping the black dollar in the community, what I learned when I spent time in McDonald's Corporation, I was at one point I was a company liaison to all the black McDonald's owner operators, and I saw firsthand how the black McDonald's owner operators, when they sold their business, their first attempt and their first objective was to sell it to another black McDonald's owner operator, because they have built this asset. And then when the asset, well, they took that had limited value, was basically the value of the franchise, and then they turned it into a business with a multiple, X multiple, whatever the revenue was. Then they took it to the black marketplace and said, "Hey, I'm selling my restaurants. I got 15 restaurants. You get 2, you get 3, you get 4." If somebody couldn't take all 15, they would try to divvy them up amongst the other owner operators. That's what we need to do as black folks, is to build these businesses and sell them to each other within our community, so that the business never leaves the community. Just like we never want the dollar to leave the community, the business should never leave the community either. What unfortunately happens is that we build businesses and our kids don't want the business. Oftentimes we haven't developed the financial controls within the business, namely a retirement plan, because a business only generates money, it only generates income for you while it's operating. If you haven't developed a 401k or some kind of retirement plan, and you aren't able to sell your business, which happens to so many of our entrepreneurs, when that income stops, so does your income. And we've seen too many businesses in our community that have been in existence for 20, 30, 40 years. And then when a person gets old and can't work in the business anymore and they try to sell it, there's no business to sell because they haven't scaled it. so they don't get that liquidity event, and then they haven't done what as the most important principle, because I hadn't talked about what I believe in, is pay yourself first. You know, this ain't one of our books, but I'm gonna hawk it, and I don't get no money from it, but it's a Bible that I want everybody to read, and it's called The Richest Man in Babylon. And one of the principles of that book is pay yourself first. So as an entrepreneur, we're taught to pay yourself last. That's ridiculous. Pay yourself first. Before you pay anybody, before you pay any bill, pay yourself first, because that is the only value that you have in that business, is your ability to either create a retirement through paying yourself first, if you don't create a scalable business, or if you do create a scalable business, your exit. So I think we're running short on time. It looks like we may have gotten a reprieve from Sabrina to extend it a few more minutes. But so if that's the case, I want to continue on this thread, because I think we're hitting some practical solutions and ideas that folks in our community can implement. So having listened to all of that, I want to go back to you, Stephen, and talk a little bit more about some practical strategies. I mean, like what? So again, if you talking to your younger self, um, let's say if you were anything like me, I was, in my early 20s, a knucklehead, smelling myself. What would you go back and at whatever age you are now to when you were in your 20s, and what advice would you give yourself about how to create generational wealth, and what things would you do differently, knowing what you know now that you didn't know back then, to help guide, some of the folks that may be on this phone, particularly as fathers. We want to share that long view wisdom that we've gained over the years. And then, Sean, I'll ask you the same question, and then I'll try to answer as well.
Well, Robert, that is a great question, because if I and you always have that talk with yourself at different points in times, like if I knew then what I know now, where would I be, or how would my life be different? And I think, being younger, I was one who was always intrigued by what other folks were doing. Whether it was the business was uh, car wash, or whether it was market, or different things of that nature. And so, and that was a part of me hustling, because I would always go to them and ask to work so I could make a little bit of money and things of that nature. But I never really dug into how they do what they do, how they got started, or why they got started doing what they did. I would come up with all of these business ideas. Of course, you have the Kool-Aid stand, or you have the candy store, or the other little things in the neighborhood that you see folks doing. Um, but I didn't fully explore, and in part because I didn't really understand or have someone there to kind of guide me along that, to encourage that the creative side of me, I think, coming up. And so, knowing what I know now, I definitely would have, if I had thought to, would have been a little bit more inquisitive to find out how I can do this. And I think that's one of the questions that so many folks have, because it can be a bit heavy in terms of thinking of everything that it takes to start a business and to operate it, and to have it be successful, and all the other things. You see the money, and you see the lifestyle, and you see all of the cars, and you think that that's it, but it's so much more. And we never really uh, get into exactly what it takes. So for that lay person who has an idea, how do you get started with that? Where do you go? Where are the resources? And then more importantly, it comes down to, like you said earlier, Sean, what they see, they will be. I don't think that there is much more powerful in a community than for children to see folks from their community doing great things within the community. And
Absolutely.
so the opportunity that comes along with that as well, the encouragement, that comes along with it. That's the spark in most cases. So that's some of the things I think that I would have said to myself, my younger self. Yeah, I'm getting up there. Okay.
You still got a long way to go. That's awesome. That's awesome. You ain't checking out this work yet. We need you.
I think that's a really profound question. I think I would have, you know, told my younger self, go into like investment banking and private equity, right? I think that's a great way to make prodigious amount of wealth in a very short period of time. I would have told myself, look deeply at technology, right, and kind of fast growth, transformative companies, right? Because if you're in equity position in those companies, that's going to transform your wealth more than just about anything else that you can think about. For sure, part of the challenge is, and my advice in general is education is supremely important. Your performance in that system is supremely important. People will pay you if you come from a low income area and you're able to get through this massive gauntlet, right, of challenge and negatively and perform well. They will fund you to go to school for free, right? Take advantage of that. Leave nothing on the table. Don't listen to anybody who's not 150%, right? For uh, becoming highly skilled, right? From an educational standpoint, make as much as you can, as early as you can, and save like crazy. Don't floss, don't wild out, all that stuff, right? It's coming. You will get what you want, right? Or like all of the juicy things that you think is wonderful, that's all coming, right? But earn as much as you can as early as you can, right? Look into areas and in technology and biotech and law, obviously STEM, and a bunch of different areas. Like I would encourage people to do that, because most of us, we're not beneficiaries of intergenerational wealth transfers of inheritance. What we got is what we have, and being able to make the most of that. And we also have the added responsibility of helping our family and other people around us. So we need
Right.
prodigious amounts of resources to drive ourselves forward while dealing with the headwinds of helping other people at the same time. Like don't play around when it comes to that. High skilled, high earning, early save like crazy. That's what allows you to invest in yourself. There's a brother that created Calendly, I believe. That's a multi-billion-dollar kind of corporation right now. He's a billionaire as far as I understand, right? He put in $200,000 of his own money. You know how much what you need to be doing to have 200,000 liquid,
Right.
right? As a young person, like he was in that software kind of technology space. So you're earning a lot and you're saving like crazy as when you're doing it, because the first tranche of capital is going to be coming from you, right? The next tranche of capital is going to be coming from your friends and your squad. And those people, matter quite a bit. There is no conflict between working and entrepreneurship. Most
Man,
entrepreneurs come
say that
out of
again. Say that again.
there is no conflict between working and entrepreneurship. Most entrepreneurs come out of industry. They learn and hone their skills in industry. They figure out how to do it better or more effective or take a different angle on it. They bring those skills into starting a new business, and they bring in other capital from different sources. It's complementary. You can start out working for someone else at a high level, do a phenomenal job, and then you can step out later on with more capital amongst yourself and other people, and perhaps the bank, perhaps the SBA, perhaps a lot of other things to complement the work that you're doing, right? But we got to make sure that we're in a position to fund our dreams. We can't have it where somebody needs to help us, give us 10 grand to do something we know is good, right, and proper and profitable, right? We got to raise the ceiling of asking other people for resources. For $1 million things, I get it. I totally understand. These smaller things, we should be able to fund as individuals, and we should be able to fund as a group. I see too many businesses that are great ideas, with high quality teams, with real legitimate backgrounds and credentials, but they don't have access to the capital. These are not like mind-boggling amounts of capital. We got to make sure those businesses, right, are well capitalized. The best way to do that is to make sure that we can make some contribution to it, right? If possible, we can put up 5, 10, 20, 100, 150, 200, whatever you're blessed to be at. But unless we're working to be in that position, we won't be in that position, right? Because we don't get the inheritance that's going to come to make up for that, whereas our peers will get it. And just so people are clear, Black people are only are 1/5 as likely to get an inheritance. The size of the inheritance is 1/10 the size as our white peers, and only 20% of that goes to increase our wealth profile, right? So we can't be relying on that. We got to be maximizing what we have and working collectively and cooperatively, right, to be able to do so.
Man, great nuggets. I'm going to be brief because we got a question in the chat that I want to hit, and I want you guys to hit as well. But going back to talk to my younger self, one, I didn't realize that youth is a superpower. You talked about it, Sean, from the standpoint of how people will pour into you. I mean, I was a young, hungry gun, but I didn't realize how to leverage that superpower. And I would have invested in startups. I was, working, doing all of the stuff that most normal people do. But the idea of investing in a startup, not even on the radar. Didn't even know what a startup was. I thought that's what you did to your car. You started up when it was cold. That didn't register for me. So I would look at those opportunities. Back then they probably didn't have Regulation D investors. For those of you watching, I'm not going to tell you what that is. You find out and you email me and I'll tell you what a Regulation D investor is. But that could have been an opportunity for me to get into some of these startups that exist. But in our community, you don't need to be a Regulation D investor. As I said earlier, you can invest in some of these mom and pops for little or nothing, and you for the money that you blow in a club, trying to get bottle service and doing all of that, you can invest in some of these businesses. So I would have done that, and then I would have bought life insurance and used that as a vehicle to create wealth. That's a whole nother show. But I want to answer this question because it just touched on what it was that I was talking about. And this comes from Albert Handy. What do you want to see from pre-seed or seed stage company in order to make a decision about whether you will invest equity? So since I read the question and since I talked about investing in startups, I'll take the first whack at it, and then I'll let the other brothers get their provide their slant. So for me, any company, any deal, anything I do, it starts with the person, because you are your brand. I'm investing in you. I'm not really investing in your company. A company is an idea. You are a person that's going to make that idea come to fruition. So first, you got to be on point. And what does it mean to be on point? You got to know your numbers. You got to know your industry. You got to be educated. You got to be invested in your own business. Don't ever come and ask somebody for money if you ain't putting no money in your own business. And I want to know that you put extraordinary money in your business, whatever that is. That means that I sold my car. I ate ramen noodles for 9 months. I borrowed money from my mama. I maxed out my credit card. Whatever that is, I want to make sure that you are as fully invested in your business as you're asking me to be. And then I look at the business. Then I look at the business model and see if it makes sense. And if it's a simple business, if it's something that you can explain to me on one, like Warren Buffett, if you can explain it to me in a elevator pitch and a one page document that we do this for this group and this is how we get paid. If you can't answer those 3 questions, then you need to go back to the drawing board. You can have all the pretty slides and all of that, but and then more importantly, how am I going to get paid back my money? Because the most important thing is not return on investment, is the return of my investment, then the return on my investment. So that's my formula for whether or not I determine whether or not I'm going to invest in the pre-seed stage companies. But I'll let the other brothers give their perspective, and because we're running out of time, I think Sabrina's hit me. So try to keep it tight, brothers.
Well, I'll tell you, mine is really quick because this is something that I was told last week, and I think that it falls in line with what you're saying, Robert. I had a gentleman tell me, who's an investor. He said, "Don't show me, don't talk to me about valuation. Show me personal funds." And so he wants to know what you have invested in you at this point in time. So that falls in line with what you were saying as well, Robert.
Yeah, so I piggyback on a lot of things that you said, Robert, as well. I think being able to leverage a group is important because you have multi decades in industry. You're also an investor, an entrepreneur, and a lawyer at the highest levels, right? So you bring a lot to bear, and I've been fortunate to be an investor and have an MBA and be able to look at these things. So leveraging a group, right, who are bringing different points of view as they're looking at this thing is really important. Fundamentally, you're going to be investing in the person and in their experience and what they've done before and what they're seeing in the marketplace that's creating an opportunity that they can exploit and defend over a significant, period of time. But that presumes that you know the right questions to ask. So if there's a group that's working with you, it's very, very helpful, right? Because everybody's kind of leaning and learning from each other, and you're kind of scaling the capital. The other thing is you want to have enough to put around in some different opportunities, right? You don't want to be like betting on the thing that's going to be the thing that makes everything right. You're diversifying your levels of investment across multiple opportunities. So I mean, those are some of the things. Generally, it's within the network, right? It's people that you know, right, and you have a sense of their background and their dossier. They're invested. That give you some comfort. The worst thing you could do is to be more invested than someone else. When things start going sideways, which they always do, there's less incentive for them to put in Herculean efforts to make sure everything gets kind of put back on track. And you never want that kind of, disconnect, right? It's more about what to avoid. Avoid ideas where people not familiar with it, right? And haven't kind of done it before, and the like. But, there's something else I just want to briefly just say and add to it, which is, in addition to the efforts that we got to take, we got to have the more capital in the hands of Black venture capitalists, private equity managers, and the like. We have to have more companies, pension funds allocating capital to our manager of capital, right? Who are bringing cultural understanding and group affinity and less anti-Black bias to actually be able to see the opportunities, right? There's $70 trillion between real estate funds, hedge funds, private equity funds, and mutual funds. Only 1.3% of that is non-white. By the way, I didn't say Black. I said non-white, right?
Right.
Buried inside of that 1.3% is Black. We need a massive reallocation, right, of capital to Black managers and others, right, to be able to invest in businesses at scale as well.
All right, well, gentlemen, we got to wrap up. I'm gonna take this last. There's one question that was answered. Asked, and I'm gonna answer. And it came from Kevin Crump. I thought one sound principle was to always use OPM, other people's money. Mr. Johnson emphasized investing / maximizing out your own capital. Can you help reconcile? Yes, other people's money is for leverage. But in order to get your, like you buying a house, you're still gonna have to put something down most times. But the bank is financing that debt. That's other people's money. That's leveraging your ability to scale or to get something that you may not have the capital for. Same thing with the business. You got to put some money in, and then you get other people's money to scale the business. So it's not an either or, it's a both and. So as we wrap up, brothers, first of all, I want to thank you for just amazing lives that you have curated for yourselves and for your families and for your communities. And thank you for the wisdom that you've shared. I wish you both a prosperous, blessed Father's Day and Juneteenth. And thank you. And thank Sabrina and World of Money for putting this on. And next up is money's influence, self, family, community. But hey, again, brothers, thank you. God bless.
Dear Dad, there's so much I need to say to you. So many emotions I have to share with you on this day. So please listen, feel, and receive my love. I appreciate you for showing me that a foundation is built up by the little things. You've created space for me to find my voice, to make mistakes, and to understand my manhood. Even though you weren't always able to be there at every turn, every fall, every triumph, you were always there for the most important ones. Thank you for showing me how to love someone more than myself, to sacrifice and to give my best. Thank you for showing me the power there is of being Clark Kent and not just Superman. Thank you for teaching me that love goes beyond a simple feeling. You showed me that it is an act of choice each and every day. In your actions and your openness, you gave me permission to love and to be loved. When you cried, you gave me the permission to let my tears flow freely. When you laughed, it reminded me to never take life too seriously. Thank you for having the courage not to give in to society's stereotypes of manhood. You've illuminated my mind with so many possibilities. Your love has shaped the way I see the world. Win or lose, you always have my back. You've become a true guide and at times one of my closest friends. Thank you for not allowing failure to define you or discourage you from being in my life. When I became a dad, I was afraid. I didn't quite know if I was made of the right stuff, the right ingredients to be even half of what you were to me. What gave me the confidence to embrace fatherhood was hearing my father's voice. Your voice. Thanks, Dad.
So I do hope you can all hear. It's having a bit of internet issues now.
Hey, can you envision a world when those who have historically not invested use their mobile phones to purchase fractional and whole shares in U.S. publicly traded companies with zero trading fees? That time has come. Wakeza. Finally, from your mobile phone, you can start investing to build wealth. Wakeza. Just download the Wakeza app, create your account, receive financial education. Wakeza. Join the Wakeza online community, research companies, then purchase fractional or whole shares in U.S. publicly traded companies. You become a financially educated and protected investor. Wakeza has one empowering objective: generational wealth and financial inclusion for the culture of investing. Wakeza.
Welcome. My name is Hosea James Gavan II, and I am temporarily the moderator until we get Dennis back on. We want to welcome everyone for Born Rich, a world of money's focus on money's influence and self, family, community, from a man's perspective. My fellow panelists is Mickey Fax. What's up, fam?
What's going on, brother? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm good. I see Dennis is back in the mix. You there, Mr. Moderator?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Ah, brilliant. Love it when it happens. Good to meet you all.
Good to meet you as well, man.
Okay. Hi, Mikey. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm good, Dennis.
I'm excited
Yeah.
about this panel and this discussion and I had to break out a tissue for that piece, that fatherhood piece, man. That was moving. I mean, very well done. Very well done.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the most important things in our family. Um, Giving honor to who have come before us as fathers. And there's a lot that that is said in the press about Black fathers, how
Right.
absent we are,
Right.
which is a fallacy. Yeah.
Right.
You know, we honor our families, our traditions. I think I'm English, but one of the first things that I learned, one of the first things I learned coming to the States is the importance of a cookout. I don't know if anyone has been to a Black family's cookout. It's a massive event,
Right.
and it's everyone coming together,
Right.
playing music, aunties, uncles, grandmas, grandmother, etc. That's the whole, it's the importance of a family. And listening to people say, well, yeah, you're not, it's even common to the vernacular. I'm sorry, you're not invited to the cookout anymore, or you can come to our cookout. It's a welcoming of the family. So this whole thing about, absent dads, and yeah, that does happen, but fatherhood influence that you make on your family is terribly important. So I respect what you all are doing. Yeah. So Mikey, why don't you tell us a bit about who you are? I mean, you've got a massive following. You've got a good profile on the internet, the interwebs, etc. Yeah. It just says hip hop MC producer. But who are you, and what's important to you?
Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen. It's a blessing to be here with everyone. Can you guys hear me clearly? Just want to make sure you guys can hear
I
me
can hear
clearly.
you.
Yeah, you fine.
Okay. Perfect. Yes. MC extraordinaire, entrepreneur, Mickey Fax. Basically have seen the world and toured the world teaching MCs and consumers about finance through hip hop over the past 3 to 4 years, over a span of a 15-year career. I've just now recently started the first ever hip hop school for lyricism with over 65 students currently across the entire world, teaching hip hop from an academic standpoint and trying to empower our students with not only how to write content that is influential, but also teaching them the business aspect of music in that potential place.
That's brilliant, Mickey.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean the thing about, I mean, hip hop music, right, is again reflecting our culture, and I'm really happy that you're giving that back. And I think it's one of the most appropriated genres that we can find now. I mean, if you listen to, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this, but if you listen to something that's quite popular across the globe now, things like K-pop, yeah, where we don't own the genre, yeah, but they're making a lot of money. So, what advice would you have for kids trying to get into that to protect their brand?
Well, currently, my personal opinion on what I would tell someone new getting into the music industry is to try to cultivate your own brand with your own consumers and worry about them more than worrying about trying to conquer the world. We're no longer in the space where in the eras of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, where we are controlled by higher powers, not allowing and enabling us to be have ownership over the content that we create. We can now create content, solely for us and solely for the fans and supporters that want to see us create it. There are multiple Black young men and young women that are in their teens and younger that are millionaires just from going on YouTube, creating content and music that allow for their fans to enjoy it and appreciate it. And it is hip hop music that is fun, that is clean. They just understood the marketing. So for me, in my personal opinion, for anybody that's watching that has children that want to get into the music business, I would say create your own personal hub on YouTube or on social media. Obviously, as parents, we should monitor what they do, and we should always supervise what our children do. But there is a very lucrative space for younger people and younger MCs to be extremely successful if they have ownership of their IP.
That's some solid advice, Lucky. So, I mean, protecting your brand and putting it out there is something that, particularly in this age where we are, your brand follows you. Whatever you have out there on the internet, it never goes away. Yeah, whether it's good or bad, as many have learned. So absolutely. Hosea.
What's up, family?
I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing. We say fam. You're right, fam. Yeah. So you're CEO, I guess founder, chairman of National Kids Give Back campaign. Yeah. Tell us a bit about the company and how you started it and what it is that you do, Hosea.
Well, I wear several hats. National Give Back to Kids campaign is one of those hats. It's a nonprofit organization that I started with my family, primarily designed to promote giving back, volunteerism, making sure that people understand that they have an obligation to help make this world a better place, primarily working through young people. My primary inspiration for doing that was my dad. My dad started a basketball league. I'm from Hollis, Queens, hip hop legends, many. And by me seeing my dad do what he did in the community and the impact that he had in the community, honestly, as a child, that's all I wanted to do is really grow up and be able to impact the community the way my father was able to. So everything that I have been doing through the National Give Back to Kids campaign, we have a Saturday program, we have a weekly talk show on BronxNet. We have some national projects that we are working on. We had a telethon a few years back that was designed to inspire more people to get involved. So we have a pretty ambitious agenda in terms of the things that we're trying to accomplish, in terms of really trying to create a greater sense of giving within our communities. I recently created the Vanguard, and that's a for-profit play on the word Vanguard. That's a for-profit entity that I'll be using to get into some entrepreneurial projects. I'm an author. I recently wrote a book, Reach Your Community, and Reach Your Community really outlines the whole steps that I took to create some of the programs in the community that I've done. I highlight my dad's influence on me and the men around him. And I got to emphasize, it wasn't just my dad. When they say it takes a village, that village was in my house. Dad going there every week. And so I was inspired by not just my father, but I had a lot of positive men in my life that were coaches in my dad's league that really have helped me to develop this sense of caring for the community. But when I think of caring for the community, I also think of my mom, who's a Harlemite, right? So although my dad was the community activist and community organizer, my mom had a deep, deep love for Black people. And she instilled that in me. So those two things combined has me going crazy, trying to do all I can to help our people.
Wow.
That's amazing. I mean, it's funny how one of the very first things you said was the impact that your dad had on you, and how you wanted to emulate that individual.
That's right.
And in our community, I mean, yeah, your family is there, but you have individuals that you look up to who are all your dads, and putting that together is, I mean, it's touching. Yeah. One of the things that we need to realize as Black individuals is the Black experience is unique.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and it's global.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. When individuals talk about things like, well, what is, and I'm unapologetically Black.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't need to apologize. I'm comfortable in my skin, and I love the fact that you guys are very comfortable in your skin as well. You know, it fills me with pride. Yeah.
Amen.
One of the things that we don't learn, and this is again a global thing, is fiscal responsibility, right?
Right.
Your fiscal hygiene. How do you handle that? So, Nikki, I'm going to ask you this question. What financial lessons did you learn, the young man, and what would you impart on young men today as being fiscally responsible?
Man, that is an amazing question. Well, from a positive and negative standpoint, I will try to keep this as brief as possible. The positive standpoint that I learned as a young man was watching my father, who had immaculate and has still immaculate credit. He always reminded me to pay my bills on time, pay the bill before it's due, and to remain in a positive space when it came to credit. One negative thing that I learned along the way was I was working at a law firm. I was about 22 years old, and I will never forget this. I went to Citibank to open up a bank account, and it was a lovely bank teller. She was older for our particular company, so I was handling some of the finances at this law firm by taking some of the documentation there. And while I was there, I was like, I should just open up this account while I'm here, and have my money deposited here, and just have this account. And she said to me something that I'll never forget. She said to me, "You should open up a life insurance policy." And this was in 2003 or 4. If I would have did what this woman have said 20 years ago, paying $20 a month over the span
20 years. Obviously, we all know I could have, and I would have been, financially secure and set now, So that was a negative side of what I learned, financially.
I mean, but that's still a lesson learned, and the power of money is never to be underestimated. Yeah.
Yes.
And one of the things that people growing up in America have, that others don't. Yeah. If you're growing up in an exceedingly poor country, you don't have those options. There's no option of going out and saying, yeah, I'm going to put monies into a life insurance. I think you don't have the options. So it's I that's why I respect what you just said. It's teaching the kids here the value of the options that they have. I'm going to put the same question to you as well, Hosea. I mean, fiscal lessons that you've learned, financial lessons that you've learned. I mean, obviously, you look up to your dad. I see it. I feel the pride you've got in fam, and but just impart some of that wisdom that you've learned on your own, how to protect what you earn, because wealth, money is something you earn. Wealth is what you keep. Yeah.
Right. Well, be quite honest, brothers, audience. My father was that community serving guy. Although he was a pioneer at IBM, I cannot say that the financial. I learned a lot in terms of financial lessons from my parents, from my background. But what my parents were absolutely, they were hustlers. They were out there trying to, in addition to working for IBM, my dad and mother, my mother and father, were involved with this organization business called Ameriprise. Ameriprise became Amway, right? So as a young person, I saw my mom and dad out there. My mother used to also have Tupperware parties. So I saw my parents taking on entrepreneurial projects to help supplement their income with the family. I saw my father create a basketball league, right? So I saw my mom and dad uh, take charge of situations, create situations to help make the community better and to help our family. So what I can't again, I didn't have those financial lessons, but I did have the example of parents out there hustling, trying to make money the best way they can in as many ways as possible, as having as many funding streams as possible through their hustle. And I also came to appreciate the importance of building a strong network. Right, my mother and father both had very strong and powerful networks that allowed them to be successful in some of those other things that they were doing, Amway and Ameriprise. And so throughout my life, I think one of the things that I can say I've done successfully is build a strong network. People that I can, and I was checking out my fraternity brother Sean Rochester in the previous segment, and he talked about the importance of being able to create our own support systems, financial support systems. We do that when we have it. We're able to do that when we have a strong network. We can go to our own people and say, "Hey, I have this investment opportunity. This is something I think we can both benefit from." So, hustling and networking. That's what I got from my parents.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned. Sean. Sean's also part of the Blacks on Wall Street family, which is one of the things that that I started, which is really to teach our black and brown kids the importance of money,
Yes.
and building that. Most importantly, keeping it. Yeah.
Right.
So you said you haven't learned an awful lot. Growing up, Jose. Would you consider yourself? Where do you think you obviously got a wealth of knowledge? Yeah.
I'm married up. I'm married up, man. So that's what things.
Yeah, but the importance that you put on community. It comes through, right?
Yes.
How do you, as a today's dad, impart that on your community now? Above and beyond what you're doing with National Kids Give Back campaign.
Well, what I failed to mention, I've also been an AU basketball coach, right? And I think that, and some of my players have gone on to do some amazing things, right? One of my players is an analyst for MSNBC, right? And I remember him sitting in my house talking about some of the earlier things that we were doing with our sports related, and talking about the things that I helped and I introduced him to. And he said he felt like he was part of a movement. And what I always made sure that our young people, that people that were either they were in my leagues or I coached them directly, they understood that at a certain point in their lives that they were obligated, because I was doing everything. I wasn't getting paid for the stuff that I was doing with them. This was volunteer stuff. So I said, as I'm giving to you, the expectation is that you will give back and you will help others when you're in a position to do that. So just transferring that message on, because I got it through osmosis, but I'm telling them, this is directly, because I'm coming at you like a godfather. It's your time. It's your time. So I think that was the main thing. I've always preached that. I've always made sure that the young people know that we're doing this from the goodness of our hearts. At a certain point, you'll be expected to do the same. And I do expect that from you.
Oh, fam, that's yeah. Mickey, I want you to expand on that whole giving back to your community and the importance of that. Can you just talk a bit about how you do that in your life and the importance of it, Mickey?
Okay. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I mean, for me, people always reach out to me to do music with me. Smaller MCs and also fathers and mothers of children. I do my very best. Anybody who reaches out to work with me, I keep that line of communication open. I believe that in our community, each one teach one, right? And it's very imperative to mentor, right? For some reason in the hip hop community, there's this thought process that we have to hoard information, and I do not believe in that at all. So anybody that ever reaches out to me in any DM and anything, I do my best to open up those lines of communication to allow for mental growth, right, and also financial placement in society. I think it's very important that we share this wealth of knowledge that we have. It's the only way that we can excel as Black and brown people.
Nice one. I just got the 2-minute rap from Sabrina. I mean, any sort of parting words, Hosea, on you've touched on community. Both of you have touched on the influence that your family, your dad has had, right? And that experience that we have as Black individuals, Black and brown, is global. The same experience. I had an event yesterday. I said, we were all on the same ship. We just landed on different shores.
Right.
But the treatment of us is the same. So any parting words you want to give to our kids on the importance of community, family, fatherhood, etc., Hosea, and any last thoughts on that?
Well, you know what, man. I think that the main thing our fathers is that our kids are watching. Right? Our kids are watching. What I learned from my parents, they didn't tell me certain things. I just watched. And so I said, as I mentioned, almost through osmosis, a lot of what I have become and a lot of things that I do are simply because I observed my parents. And so, fathers, just be aware of that. You don't always have to teach your kids, be an example for your kids. And as a result of that, they'll become pretty much whatever, if you're providing that proper example, and I'm sure the brothers are, most of us are, they'll follow suit.
You hit a great point. You're setting an example. You're creating your own history, regardless of what you think. You're creating your history. You're the writer of your story. And people look up, they see that, and as children will emulate that regardless of the example that you set. Thank you so much.
I've already seen that in my daughter. I've already, and Sabrina will, she has we were blessed to have her with her at a very young age. I think she started with Sabrina when she was 7. She's now 14. So she's a lot tighter with finances than I am. I can tell you that right now.
I feel your pain, mate, or your glory. My daughter is 13 and has known Sabrina for quite some time as well. Mickey, same question for you, man. Parting words, importance of that.
Yeah, really quickly, I'll just say what LL Cool J told me over a decade ago. Don't go with your mind. Don't follow your mind. Don't follow your heart. Follow your gut. If you follow your mind, if things go wrong, you'll mentally think on it for the rest of your life. If you follow your heart, things go wrong, you'll emotionally think about it for the rest of your life. But if you go with your gut and you trust your gut, no matter what happens, you will be able to live with it. All right.
That's good advice. That's good advice.
Peace, fam.
Yeah.
I mean, just I love you guys. It's
same here.
Yeah, mate. When I tell you that,
back at you.
What they put on us, the load that we carry, is unique to us.
It is.
It is. We're the only individuals, and Sabrina, you can cut me off whatever you want. I think we're ready to move on, but we're the only individuals. I loved explaining to the guy. He says, "Well, there's no such thing as white privilege." And I go, "All right, mate. We're the only race. It doesn't matter what your standing is in society. That has to be exceedingly careful how you dress when you leave the house."
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like you can wear a suit and tie. It's like, yeah, I'll get a cab or whatever. But you put your jogging suit on, you got, these are things that are unique to us. When you're driving your motor and you hear sirens going back, even though you're good, that fear that clicks in you, right? And then that whole lesson learned from family. It's like, how do I respond to this particular situation, even though you've done nothing wrong, is unique to us, and that is global, by the way. So I appreciate you, fam, Hosea, Mickey. Blessings. All right.
Dennis.
Okay. Cheers, man.
Power.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and jump right into it and introduce my panel as well as my panelists. Thank you, Dennis, for that great panel, very insightful. So my panel will be titled Protecting Who and What You Love as a part of today's Manhood, Fatherhood, Financial Strategies, Building Generational Wealth, Born Rich Men panel sequence. My guest that I'll have with me today are Reginald Canal, who's the president of the Sports and Entertainment Division at Fortis Lux, as well as Eric Apple, Esquire, who is the owner of Eric Apple Law PLLC. So with that, Reginald, Eric, if you maybe want to give just a brief introduction, of yourselves, and then after that, I will go ahead and jump right into some questions that I have for you.
Great. Thank you. Very impactful morning. And, obviously each question from the previous panelists, I could, talk for an hour. I've been in banking for about 20 years. I would say I'm really just focused on wealth creation, but also giving you practical tools to actually do that. And I'll share more when we, ask throughout the questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. A lot of what I've heard will tie into our conversation today. I've been an attorney for 25 plus years and have focused on estate planning over the past decade. And within the past 5 or 6 years, hung out my own shingle and started Eric Apple Law PLLC, specializing in estate planning, probate, and guardianship.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we'll touch on kind of a number of different topics. I'll first start with finances, as you kind of both touched on that in your brief introductions. So I'll ask you initially, what are some of the best financial practices that you have taken on over the years, and still do today? And then what financial practices would you recommend for those who are making money for the first time, kind of just starting to build their wealth in form of just income initially? You can start with you, Reginald.
Sure. Yeah. So, when we talk about generational wealth, that's just such a grand topic. So when I'm on a receiving end at a conference or a seminar, when I hear so much information, I always like to leave with one or two concrete things to go and say, can I try? So I really want to, there was so much information shared this morning, but if I sort of drill down, one of the first things I would say concretely, most individuals don't know what they need on a monthly basis, right? And so cash flow is what's coming in and what's going out, right? At the end of the month, is there a surplus? Is there a deficit? Or are we breaking even? A lot of times when we find people or have a negative, it's usually because they either spend more than they make or they're living on credit cards, right? So I would say very first concretely is to do a budget to say, okay, how much do I know I need at the end of the month to actually live? And for the folks that are many times, and I really want to stress this, when we look at other races, life insurance is the number one way to transfer wealth, right? And the Black community, we think somebody's trying to kill you, we think of it as burial policies. And so I'm going to come back to that, but I just want to say briefly, I want to expand on the topic of life insurance and really dig deeper into that. Thank you.
Excellent. I want to jump in and talk specifically about estate planning, right? And utilizing that as a tool, which oftentimes is at the end of the conversation when we're talking about finances, kind of wherever you are in your life, young, old, one of the most important things that you need to do is build your team. So if you're putting your financial strategy together, identify the members of your team and who you need to bring in. You need a real estate broker, you need a financial advisor, you need an insurance expert, and you need an estate planning attorney. really an attorney to handle all of your affairs, particularly if you're in business, but specifically estate planning as well. Estate planning is dynamic, it's ever changing. It's going to continue to grow with you and as you grow your assets. So changing circumstances will necessitate that you need to have a full team to handle your needs as they change throughout your life.
If I could ask 3 more people, Eric, we kind of need in the mix, because the first thing we always ask when someone sits with us and our clients, do you have will, right? And so I would say 95% of the people that I get in front of, individuals, entrepreneurs, don't have a will. So Eric and you and I should definitely touch base, because I think there's some business I can throw your way. Second thing is, I would say, we don't want to downplay the bankers, because I've played that role for many years. You need a banker, right? And so it's not where you start, but where are you currently, right? And a lot of times that these entrepreneurs didn't get PPP loans. And I understand that Blacks are disenfranchised, cheating well, but we also have to be honest in terms of what we have not done correctly, right? When we have the professionals on our team, we need to listen to the professionals. I would say add the banker. Besides Eric, obviously plays an important role. And I would say your accountant, right? Because you need to have the books in order. Your taxes need to be done properly, and your business taxes need to be done. So I would add also CPA and the banker on that.
Thank you. Kind of following up with that, you all touched on a couple things that have to do with a couple more questions, so I'll kind of lead those into this as well. So what are some ways that you recommend and that you have worked to protect your own financial legacy? You both kind of briefly touched on this as well. And alongside of that, how do you find someone to trust with the oversight of your assets, of your investments? What do you recommend for people who, kind of, Reginald, as you briefly stated, have trouble with finding those individuals to trust? I know my mother, for example, I'm in finance. And it wasn't until I became, kind of adult, more so, that my mom kind of shared different aspects of her finances with me. And one of her investment managers left and someone else joined. Her account's a bit smaller on the list of accounts. She hadn't gotten a call for months, almost a year, about her investments. And the leader it was a Black man before who left for a white man who replaced him. Which definitely, I think, in my opinion, played a role as someone who discounted her account. She called him and he lied about the fact that, her information just wasn't there, and that he missed it, when in reality, he was just prioritizing other accounts. In this world, in this realm of where, Black men aren't the majority of people within these positions to oversee your finances, how do you find someone to trust? How do you give that trust to, oversight over your investments and assets?
That's a great question. Obviously, it's trust, right? So we, our community, that have been taken advantage of in the past, right? And so naturally, we don't trust each other. And all the other thing is about money. We just don't want other people to know what we have or the lack that we have, right? We look great outside. We have the right brands. We go into the right rooms, but we're also always afraid to say what we really have or don't have, right? And so to your point about your mother, you also have to know what institution that you have, right? And certain places don't want you if you don't have a certain level of assets, right? You kind of have to, when you're doing your research, to say, okay, where do I fit in? Am I a right client for your firm? If you do your own research, and then the person you're talking to say, well, how long should we connect? I think the onus should be also on you and saying, should we agree every 3 months? Should we get together every 6 months? So I think understanding of that, where you fall, and then sometimes we're not comfortable dealing with other Black professionals, right? And so we have to be comfortable saying somebody who's going to have my best interest in mind, to say, I'm going to work at Eric because I know he's good at what he does, right? We want to say, like, well, we don't want to work with other Black professionals. So a lot of times we have clients, there was some examples, like some athletes, they come into a room, there's a white professional and a Black professional, and the athlete is only looking at the white professional, where the Black professional is more talented but we just are naturally, whether it's doctors or finance people, we think the white person is more smart than the average person.
So, and part of this conversation, and you kind of got to my punchline. So kind of when we end this conversation, I'm going to make sure we talk about several things that you can walk away with, tools that you can have in terms of planning, kind of putting things together. But you hit on a couple of things. One is having the uncomfortable conversations, right? And these are challenging conversations at any time in your life. If you're uncomfortable, it's a great sign. It means you're headed in the right direction. So whether we're parents having these conversations with our children, whether we're partners having these conversations with our loved ones, we have to have these uncomfortable conversations about finances, about our money, about what our expectations are. How do we identify the right professional? That's part of what's going to happen when you contact an estate planning attorney, for example, and have that conversation about who are going to be your fiduciaries, who are going to be your agents, who are going to stand for you, and have those kind of conversations. So as we talk about putting your team together, part of it is identifying those professionals. But the second piece of it is having those very challenging and possibly uncomfortable conversations where you really talk about who can step into your shoes. And as you put an estate plan together, that's essentially what you're doing. During your life, you're putting together instruments like a healthcare proxy, like a durable power of attorney, depending on what jurisdiction you're in. But you're putting together instruments where you're identifying, and as Reginald said, someone that you trust, right, to make these decisions for you. How do you make that decision? There are any number of ways, right? Who do you talk to? What is your value system? Does it align with that agent's value system? Do they know what your intentions are? Are they close to you physically, so that they can make decisions at a time of need or a time of urgency? How quickly can they get to you, right? So is it somebody that you can trust to make decisions when you can't speak for yourself? That's a stumbling block sometimes, because again, it's challenging to have these conversations. But again, when you speak with an attorney, when you bring somebody on your team, a financial advisor, they can help walk you along having those conversations so that you can get to point A to point B, again, to put that team together and to get those instruments together that make up your entire estate plan.
Thank you. Definitely from that, I gathered as a part of many things. It's important to just do your research, primarily understand who your team is, understand all the moving parts, and use that knowledge to then find, who would be best suited. For our next question, I wanted to talk about, kind of wealth growth. Curious if you're willing to share, what are some of the ways that you've deployed your capital over the years to grow your wealth? And what do you recommend for individuals who, might be saving for the first time, might be trying to save for the first time, and investing maybe doesn't seem as something that they can do just now, right now, but are they looking for that in the future and want to, go into that from a knowledgeable standpoint? I know myself, one of my best practices when I was younger and first started to make an income, it was interesting. You definitely have an X amount that you might want to save every month. You may not be able to get to that. Instead of not saving at all, you save a little bit. Maybe you can't hit that mark that month, but you still save what you can, each month. And so that when you would look to invest in the future, you have a pot to then invest from. And so you're not investing directly from the income that you have rather from a savings. We'll switch it up this time. Eric, if you would like to start with the answer to that question.
Sure. And I think we've got a question also in the chat, and I'll tie those two things together. Kind of how have I built wealth, or how would one build wealth? And what does estate planning have to do with generational wealth? It's critical. It's a critical piece, right? So for most of my clients that I deal with, and I would say I deal with middle income clients, real property is the centerpiece and the linchpin of that, right? And so kind of managing that across generations is what I do, and what is a major part of the planning that we do. And when you build a plan, right, putting together the during life components, a healthcare proxy, durable power of attorney, that helps manage that asset. And then after life, you're talking about wills, last wills, and trust, living revocable trust. Those are instruments that you put in place to help guide, manage, make sure you exercise control across generations. So when you put together an appropriate estate plan, right, you're taking the centerpiece of the wealth that you built, whether it be real estate or equity that you might have accumulated during the course of your life, and you're exercising some control over it, right? So you're declaring affirmatively what your intention is, right? So the state has a plan for you, right? Whether you know it or not, there's a plan that's provided by the state. When you execute a will or you create a trust, you're articulating specific control, stepping outside of what the state has provided for you. And to the extent that you can, you want to pull assets out of what might be the probate process or get them out of the jurisdiction of any courts. If a court becomes involved, it's expensive. It adds time to kind of managing assets. So to what you want to do is to exercise control, and you do that by creating trusts and living last wills and testaments as well.
Great. I'm just gonna, although I focus on sports and entertainers, I also work with corporate executives, business owners, etc. So we have something. We're really financial planners, right? And so we work two ways. We either fee-based financial plan, you pay a fee, or somebody says there is a need. It really starts with your goals. Right? What are you trying to accomplish? I want to retire by X. I want to set up a legacy. I want to make sure my kids are properly protected. So once we understand your goals, there's something, whether you make 30,000, you make 30 million, we have the range. It's 6 areas of financial planning, right? What's your current situation, right? It's filling out this worksheet, and we're going to provide that with you afterwards. Understanding what you need on a monthly basis, right? And then it's looking at your foundation. If you're building a house, you got to do the foundation before you go up. We do protection planning first besides investment. Most people want to talk about investments, right? But for us is, are you properly insured? At a minimum, if you do nothing else from this day, you should have life insurance, right? Each person should have at a minimum $1 million, right? And then we can go on separately understanding between term insurance and whole life insurance, but insurance is key. Looking at disability, we understand car insurance, but we understand disability if something were to happen to us that we can't pay our rents. Understanding long-term care, if you're about to retire, after we do a full audit of your insurances, then we look at investments, right? And says, for your goals, what you should be doing. We understand 401ks. Most of us don't do that at work. We should be doing a minimum the match. If your company matches 3%, you got to do at a minimum the match. We can't leave money off the table, folks. We got to do the 401k, right? And the other thing is real estate. We understand real estate is a way to create wealth. Then we actually work with the accountants. We're not CPAs around what's the tax efficiency. And then we bring in Eric around what's the estate planning, right? You need the will, we need the trust, and figure out how you're going to save money and how you're going to transfer wealth. So it's a 6 simple step, but regardless if you make 50,000 or 30 million, this is what we follow to create wealth.
Thank you. I flagged a question as well. I think this is directed to you, Eric. What's the best way to manage the information and communication about your plan? So about your estate plan, any changes that might come along the way. Then also, how do you pick the best estate strategy, for your family when looking to find the strategy that works best for you?
That's a great question. Excellent question. There are 2 parts. The first one, how do you manage the information and communication about your plan? That ties back to what we talked about earlier, those challenging conversations, right? So you need to be in communication with your family, your beneficiaries, right? If you feel comfortable communicating what your plan is and what your intentions are. The next set of people, probably even more important, are those agents and those fiduciaries that you identified who will be speaking for you if you can't speak for yourself. Either you've identified them in your healthcare proxy or your durable power of attorney. And then also those who would stand as your executors or your successor trustees. Your executors in the case of your last will and testament, your successor trustees in the case of a trust that you may have formed. Those individuals need to be aware of what your intentions are, what the plan is. They need to have access to those documents in the case that you have to activate the plan. In case you can't speak for yourself, you're incapacitated, your agent needs to be able to get to that power of attorney so that they can take it to the bank. Your healthcare proxy needs to be able to access that document so they can speak with your healthcare providers and your doctors. So it may not be the best idea to lock it in a safe deposit box, but make sure that someone has access to it. Someone knows what your plan is. Your plans are dynamic as well, so they're going to change. So that ties into the second question. How do you pick the best estate strategy for your family? You're going to pick a plan that works in a given moment in time, right? But part of what we talked about, building a plan, building a team that can work with you as things change, you're going to audit your plan on a regular basis, right? So what I do with my clients I've implemented a program where we revisit what your plan is on a regular basis, annually, maybe biannually, right? We review what your plan is and what your life circumstances are. Have they changed? Have you had any major life changes where we need to make some adjustment, re-execute documents, change some agents, change some planning, right? So you revisit that plan. So in terms of communicating, have those difficult and challenging conversations with your family, your beneficiaries, your intended loved ones, your agents who are going to stand for you and speak for you, and make sure they know where those instruments and where those documents are. Keep digital and keep original copies, have redundancies in place as well.
And I'm going to take Kevin Crump's question and just piggyback what Eric just said. It's not doom and gloom. There are people doing really well, and the issue that's also happening is their kids are going to inherit a lot of money, right? So I would say the parents on this phone, or even single people that the beneficiaries are getting a lot of money. You need to make sure these individuals understand money. They go through the world of money. They are also understand what to do with all this money that they have, so they are properly protected, because the issue is that these kids are inheriting a lot of money and they don't have proper money skills, and they're blowing the money. Consolidating, I recommend, because you need to have somebody, a banker, know who you are. When we have something here, something there, something there, Mozika's, to your earlier point, no one knows you. So develop a relationship with a banker. And I'm a big believer in consolidating, because when you do need that loan or you need a favor from the bank, people want to know first, what do you have? And if you have account here for 100 and account there, you really don't have any leverage.
Thank you so much for that. Kind of briefly touched on earlier as well. You want to make sure when it comes to debt that you have more inflows than your outflows. However, obviously, when you're looking to invest in larger assets, you will take on a loan, you will take on debt. Debt can be a very crippling thing, especially in our community. How would you recommend best practices, kind of in taking on that debt, to do it in a way that doesn't financially burden you, across your ability to make other investments, to have other assets, and maybe some best practices as well, when taking on those loans, moving forward, to not put yourself in a position to where you might be financially compromised moving forward.
Can we just shift the pivot of the question? I want us to focus on net worth versus credit scores, right? Because we're constantly focused on credit scores because we're trying to acquire credit cards or debt, unless you sort of want to buy a house or start a business. If you focus on your net worth, and the net worth formula is simple: all your assets minus your liabilities, whatever that number is, whether it's plus, if it's plus, great. If it's minus, what are we doing to fix it? And we recommend on a yearly basis, your net worth should increase 10%. And Sabrina Lamb said something yesterday at Dennis's Blacks on Wall Street event that kind of stuck with me. We're a society focused on liabilities. Like, we're focused on accumulating assets. Accumulating bags and buying things. If we focus on assets of accumulating things, that's going to help your net worth. So that actually stayed with me yesterday. And so I think we should focus on that than acquiring debt.
And I want to piggyback off that, Reginald. I think what's also key, it's important what your focus is, right? And so from my perspective, in terms of estate planning, debt is going to impact simply the transition of assets, right? And what I want to make sure I have my clients speak with someone like Reginald, so that they have a plan in place when assets transition, right? So as you kind of manage the assets, right? If that debt is called, what do you do, right? Do you have a plan in place for managing the transfer of title, transfer of control? Are you able to avail yourself of different interest rates, right? Depending on what the market is, right? So having that team together to help you manage decisions around debt, right, is critical as well, particularly when you're talking about estate planning and the transitioning wealth.
Thank you. I want to thank you both again so much today for your time. Kind of, if you have any last kind of parting words of wisdom, if you will, before also, as mentioned here in chat, I just saw come up, letting the audience know how we can reach you. Any parting words that you might have, from the panel, from things you've talked about, that people can leave with.
I would say work with professionals, and I would say really focus on life insurance first, because that's really how you're going to transfer wealth, and find great professionals to work with. Thank you.
There are going to be 4 things that I want to leave you with. 1, know that you have an estate plan. It's provided by the state. If you want to opt out, take control and execute a will if it differs from what the state provides. Secondly, make sure you know what your beneficiary designations are for anything that's controlled by a contract. So life insurance, brokerage accounts, bank accounts, that's a way to really get started with estate planning on your own, and you can do that today. Next, consider your agents and your fiduciaries. Who would you identify to speak for yourself? Start thinking about that before you even enter an attorney's office. And then finally, talk to your children, talk to your loved ones, have those uncomfortable conversations. If it feels uncomfortable, you're headed in the right direction.
Thank you. And thank you again. This was very educational, very informational, and definitely very insightful. Is there any way that people in the audience will be able to reach you?
Absolutely. ericappellaw.com. Schedule seminars, schedule one-on-ones, but ericappellaw.com is the website.
And they can reach me at R-Canal, like Canal Street, RCANAL at Fortis, it's FORTIS, Lux, LUX.com, or I'm on LinkedIn, Reginald Canal. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all once more. With that, I'll pass it off to Darren. I believe he will be on the next panel. I think a video is going to precede that as well.
Being a father, to me, first and foremost means sacrifice. They eat before you, they sleep before you, you wake up before them.
You took my heart at first glance.
The best part about being a father is being able to add another person of value to this world.
The best part about being a father to me so far is the unconditional love.
It's like when you have a kid, you finally realize it's way better to give than receive.
The biggest change I've had since becoming a father is becoming more wise about what I allow to influence me.
It changed me off the strength that I had girls. When I ain't had daughters, I was thinking selfish.
I think it's definitely helped me understand some of the challenges that my parents went through.
I mean, not only as a parent, but as a person, if you become a better person, it's if you care about yourself.
You know, I'm just more aware of who I keep around me, the music I listen to, even the food I eat, and you know, I simply want my daughter to be a direct reflection of myself.
I always help you out with whatever you need.
Darren, I believe you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I apologize. Okay, so again, my name is Darren Simon, and welcome to everyone to our panel this morning for New Credit Policies and You. I want to give props to the previous panels who shared so much great information and actionable items and takeaways that people can walk away with in terms of making a difference. I am a proud World of Money parent, as well as a member of the Parent Executive Board for the World of Money. And it's my honor to be with you this morning. I think that the goal here is to have some real conversations about credit in terms of understanding, in terms of how we can change the narrative of ignorance about credit to being something that many of us are often victimized by, as opposed to being a tool of empowerment. And we have experts on the line that can really lend some real value and some insights and expertise to that conversation. And this morning, I have the pleasure of welcoming Darrell Alexander Washington, the CEO of Credit Minded, and also Kevin Hannon, Global Policy, Public Policy at Ernst Young. And I'm going to first ask each of you to introduce yourselves briefly, and then let's jump into the conversation. So, Darrell?
Yes, good morning. As CEO and president of Credit Minded, the Washington Consulting Group, for the last 30 some years, my job has been focusing on educating the average person about credit and helping them to understand the necessity of creating a budget and looking for a short-term, mid-term, long-term plan on how to manage not only credit, but their finances in order to establish a firm foundation in financial and retirement planning.
Excellent. Kevin? You're on mute, Kevin.
Sorry about that. I couldn't find the mute button. So as Darren mentioned, I'm on global public policy at EY. There, I focus on assurance, geopolitics, cross-border trade, cryptocurrencies, and technology policy that affect our business, the professional service industry, and capital markets in the 150 countries which we operate. I've been involved in World of Money since 2017, first with the Summer Institute, and now as the co-chair of the Youth Leadership Council. So I'm excited for today's discussion.
Excellent. Welcome, both of you. And I really appreciate your time and all the great insights you're going to share with the audience this morning. And I guess my first question, just to try to unpack this a little bit, is what would you define as the purpose of credit? Why is it important? Darrell?
Oh, okay.
Jump in. Feel free to jump in.
Well, most people ask about credit in a standpoint of the benefit. And the benefit of credit is the ability to purchase things in the present with an opportunity of paying it off in the future. Part of that understanding of how to pay it off in the future is to understand the contract with the credit provider. And my opinion is use as much credit as you want and pay it off prior to the payment date. Because that way you're using someone else's money to your benefit and you're paying it off. And if you pay it before the payment date, you're paying it with no interest. And I'm a firm believer in not paying more for something than necessary. So the benefit of credit is using someone else's money today and then paying it off later. On my radio show, I once said I would take a credit card with a 50% interest rate. And people called in and said, that doesn't make sense. I said, it does if you can use it efficiently and pay it off without paying the interest. Why not? And that's the key. Using other people's money, but managing in a way that you can resolve that debt without having to pay interest.
Very good. Kevin, anything to add?
Yeah, I would second that. I would say, credit is a part of your financial power. And I think, understanding the different types of credit and how that could overall improve your financial wealth and health is really key.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, and, in my journey, understanding finances and credit was something that really wasn't, imparted heavily to me, from my parents, but also the importance of, paying your bills and so forth and so on. But one of the things that I've learned over time, to your point, Darrell, is not only paying your credit cards, but paying them off early. So one of the habits that I've actually started to employ that I think has worked very well is I use my credit card as an extension of my cash. So I'm not necessarily having to carry a large amount of cash. I'll use my credit card, but then immediately go home the next day or that day and just make that payment, right? So it comes right out of my bank account as it would if I was using cash in the transaction. So many times, by the time my billing statement comes in, I'm at zero. So I've used other people's money effectively. The benefits of having a credit card transaction, what can go with that without paying anything extra on it. So I'm completely on board with that. But one of the things that you mentioned also was debt and credit. So what's the difference between the two, and how do they relate? Darrell?
Well, debt and credit are twins. They are both born of the same industry. It's just the terminology. You can call debt the daughter and credit the son, or reverse it. Because once you use credit, it's debt. Credit is a marketing tool. It's an enticement. It's like putting bait on a hook and throwing it into the ocean to see who you can catch. But once you bite into that credit, that you're on the hook. And depending on how you manage it, you could be on the hook forever. If you ever look at a credit card statement, when it comes in, it shows if you pay the minimum amount, it'll take you 389 years to pay it off. And if you pay on a better schedule, you can pay it off in 36 months. So debt and credit are basically the same thing. It's like they're twins born of the same industry.
Very interesting perspective. Kevin, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. They're definitely intertwined. And I think a part of that same thing with understanding the different types of credit, that could improve your financial health is the same with debt. You can incur a healthy level of debt if it's bringing you somewhere. If you're acquiring an asset, so like a mortgage might not necessarily be a bad level of debt, because at the end of the day you have an asset, it's tangible, and you're making a return on that investment.
Very good, very good. So what new credit policies should we be aware of? Kevin, any thoughts there?
None immediately come to mind for me right now. I would say I echo what Darrell was saying about paying your credit like ahead of time, like not waiting for the statement balance or paying the minimum balance. I'm a big advocate of that, just paying in advance, because you're having the ability to purchase something you need with someone else's money, and then in turn that debt is going to come, so you might as well pay it off when you can.
Absolutely.
There have been some new legislation proposed. One is giving Vantage scoring the same impact on consumers that FICO scores are doing. I don't know how feasible that'll be, since the government do offer regulations. Like an FHA guideline says you don't need a credit score to get an FHA mortgage. But the bank has an overlay. They won't give you one without a credit score. So even though there's legislation saying that, FICO or Vantage scoring companies are pushing to get the same recognition as FICO is getting, I don't know if the credit markets will accept it as readily as they do FICO right now. Under medical reporting, there's legislation now that medical bills won't be reported on consumers' credit report under certain circumstances. The odd thing about it now is, from my lending portfolio, from my lenders, we discount medical bills anyway. So there's some changes that's coming about, but technically the laws that's already in place are sufficient for consumers to monitor and restructure their credit profile. If they go to the FTC website, the Federal Trade Commission website, there's a drop box that lets you know all your options to address any information on your credit report that you do not recognize or that is being reported outside of the statutes, which allows subscribers to report to the repositories. Most people won't do it, and fortunately for me, that's what keeps me in business. But there's so many relative laws on the books right now that consumers can use to ensure that their credit profile is reporting the best picture possible. The other main question is, people ask, what is bad credit? Because people think an unpaid credit card on their credit report is bad credit. No, that's just an unpaid credit card on your credit report. Bad credit is an auto loan at 18% or a mortgage at 12%. That's bad credit. If it's an investment property, however, that could be good credit because your interest rate is tax deductible for business expenses. And in some cases, interest for real estate under your Schedule E can be tax deductible along with other expenses associated with owning that property. So there is a such thing as good credit and there is a such thing as bad credit. It depends on what you're using the credit for. Shopping at Macy's with your credit card and carrying that debt from month to month, that's bad credit. Even if you're paying it on time, that's bad credit. So it is a need to understand the best use of credit and to understand how using credit extensively that goes beyond a certain percentage of the credit limits, especially on revolving accounts, even if you're making payments on time and paying more than the minimum, can still damage your credit profile.
Right. Understood. And that's a very, very good point. One of the things that I thought was interesting, I think it was a few years back, and I think it might have been under the Obama administration, was changing the way that credit card invoices were presented in terms of what your minimum payment would mean relative to how long it would take you to pay off the debt. Because a lot of people, really didn't understand that. They thought just making a minimum payment, not taking into account the interest rate and the interest charges that were happening there, that if I keep paying it, I can pay it off in a relatively shorter period of time. And with those disclosures on the credit card statements made it clear, like, you could stay with the minimum payment, but it's going to take you another 15 or 20 years to pay this off, at that rate. So, I think having that information, was extremely helpful. But, Mr. Washington, I mean, what would you say are some of the legal rights that you have when you're dealing with credit card companies? Because many times it seems to be one way, that they're the ones who are dictating the terms. I mean, you are borrowing their money, but do you have rights as a customer or a client of a credit card company?
Absolutely. You have rights, and there's something called mitigation. And this doesn't relate to just credit cards. Any contract that you enter into, you can always mitigate it based on your current circumstances. And I do a lot of debt mitigation. I work with clients who owe credit cards $50,000, and I get it down to $15,000. And I negotiate a monthly payment and negotiate it not be reported on the credit report. So there are all kinds of options. But what people don't understand in most cases with a credit card, if you carry $1 from a previous purchase over to the next payment cycle, the credit card company charge you the full amount of interest for that previous purchase. And that's part of the problem of why it takes so long to pay that credit card off. So that's why you never want to carry a balance if you don't have to. Right. And if you do carry a balance on your credit card, you want to keep it under 30% of your credit limit so that it doesn't affect your credit scores negatively.
Wow, that's very, very powerful. Thank you for that insight. Kevin, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I would say on the credit card point, you are as a consumer entitled to full information, so that I think it's under the Truth in Lending Act, to bring it back to legislation. You're required to know yearly charges, the annual percentage rate, and basically all of the terms of services that you sign up for with your, with your credit card. I think another interesting thing, to bring it back to the policy point that you mentioned earlier, is with a lot of these payday lenders that will issue other different lines of credit, they're able to go around their state's, annual percentage rate cap by partnering with banks. So that's another area that I know at a federal level, they're exploring legislation, to have, a certain cap to prevent these kinds of schemes, they say.
Right.
Excellent. And again, to our audience, we welcome you to put your questions and comments in the chat. This session is here for your benefit, for we all can learn. I mean, I'm here, at the panel, but I'm learning from these two gentlemen as well. It's that exchange of information that is so critical in terms of us making good decisions that are going to work for not only for right now but for the long term. So one of the questions that kind of come to mind for me. What about young people in terms of starting that process to build credit, but doing it in a healthy and responsible way? Because I remember when I was in college, I mean, I was receiving credit card offers, right? And
For a Snicker bar.
you mean I can just use this and I can buy anything that I want, not really understanding anything about that in terms of the importance of paying those bills, paying them on time, paying them early. I mean, luckily I didn't get myself into a bad situation, but so many students do.
Yes.
So, I'd be interested to hear from the two of you about the importance of building credit early, but what's that safe or responsible way to go about doing so?
It starts at home. Before a child goes off to college, the parents should sit down with their child and explain to them that they shouldn't take any type of financial offer given to them because they're not employed. And tell you the truth, that sometimes is the best thing that can happen, especially for the clients I work with. Because if I can demonstrate through our restoration process that the lender was aware that the person didn't demonstrate an ability to repay the debt before you gave it to them, how can you then request payment if they default?
Right.
So that's one of the tools that we use, is because the lender also has a due diligence process, and part of it is they're not supposed to put a consumer into more debt than the consumer can demonstrate an ability to repay. And but the problem for most people is that they do qualify for the debt, but they're poor money management, and no one reads the finance contract. And buried deep within that finance contract is something called universal default. And that's what really messed people up, because they're late on their car payment and now they're wondering why the interest went up on their credit card. Well, that universal default means if you're late on any credit account and the credit lender does a review of your credit profile and see there's delinquencies on other debts, they can increase the interest on your credit card. They can actually close your account because of that clause of universal default.
Yes. And what's interesting about the point that you make, even though they close your account where you no longer have access to credit, does not mean that you're not responsible for any of the balances that are still on the card at the time that they close it, correct?
That's true. But fortunately, you have the option of mitigation.
Okay.
Because even though it's not a legal statute, it's a accepted legal acceptance that if the consumer makes a earnest effort to resolve a debt, even if it's less than the full amount, the creditor has to accept it.
Okay, understood. Kevin, I have a question for you. Yes. What about people who ask you to co-sign for them for a car or a car loan or some other kind of loan? Many times people don't understand what that means in terms of leveraging their credit to help someone else. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So in terms of the exact process, it's usually someone with a higher credit score or higher credit worthiness, being able to co-sign. So, take on that responsibility of a loan with someone else. So for example, my aunt is the co-signer to my student loans for college because I didn't have the level of credit that would allow me to receive that line of credit to go to school and, receive those loans. I think in terms of doing it from the perspective of building your own credit or leveraging your credit and then with the hopes of it improving, it's really interpersonal and depends on the relationship you have with that person and, your ability to, one, manage that debt in the case where your co-signer may not, and then also, be able to have really the opportunity to allow that person to grow and trust that they will be able to pay back the debt. So it's really a big element of trust.
Right. And again, the importance there that if they default on that and they don't meet the obligations, you're next in line as that co-signer, correct? So, I mean, it's you want to help people, but I think that you want to be, very smart and you want to be confident that the people that you're supporting are going to be able to meet their obligations according to that loan. But even more importantly than that, in the event that they can't, you actually have the resources to be able to assume that and not let that lead you into credit chaos. Darrell, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I applaud your aunt for co-signing for your student loans because that's a worthwhile endeavor. Education is invaluable. But co-signing means someone, a professional credit analyst, a credit lender, a professional person in the financial market has deemed this person unworthy of credit. So now they want you to override their professional opinion and put your name on the line for them. Technically, what they're saying is they want you to be responsible for this debt. The co-signer is always more responsible than the signer because the signer had just demonstrated, one, they either don't have the income to show the ability to repay the debt, or they showed a credit profile that demonstrated they don't have the willingness to repay debt. Because that's the two key components of being credit worthy. The credit report demonstrates a willingness to repay debt, while your income demonstrates that ability to repay debt. I have a client who has over $40 million in the bank, an 800 credit score, and he applied for $1.5 million loan, and he was declined by 3 banks, and he couldn't understand why. And I pointed out to him in less than 5 minutes the 4 issues he had based on the loan he applied for. So it's not that your credit, it's not your credit score, it's not your income or just your credit score. It's the willingness as well as the ability. And it was really simple. He's 60-some years old and never paid a $15,000 payment in his whole credit history. And there's something called Rule 35 in lending, which means a lender technically is not supposed to increase your current debt by more than 35%. So since he's never demonstrated paying $15,000 a month and he has $40 million in the bank, doesn't mean he will pay the $15,000 a month. And if they close the loan, they discharge it, they can't hurt him financially because he still got $40 million. He might just say, well, I'm not going to pay you and just live off of cash. So there's a lot that you have to understand about credit and income to determine your total credit worthiness. But when it comes to co-signing, no, if my daughter said, Daddy, I need you to co-sign for a car, I wouldn't co-sign. I would just tell me what car you want. I'm not even gonna put myself in that mindset that if she don't pay this bill, I got a problem. I'd rather take the debt on myself if I can afford it, or give her the money if I had it, and just go ahead and buy her a car. She's married now, so that's his problem.
Understood. So we're soon going to be coming up near the end of our session, and I really appreciate everything that you two gentlemen had to share this morning with your expertise. But if you had a chance to give 3 takeaways regarding our discussion, and it can be directly related to credit or the different themes from this morning with the various panels about how all this ties into credit, what were some of the thoughts that you want to share with the audience? But I'm going to challenge you to try to make them actionable. These are steps that people can take in terms of trying to move things forward. And Kevin, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, thank you. I would say continue to be a curious learner and continuously learn. I think all of these topics are intertwined to credit, and organizations like World of Money provide that type of financial literacy, and part of that learning is so integral to understanding your own financial empowerment. I think anything you could do to learn and continue that learning is key, and that's what I would say is like the core action to take away from today.
Yes, excellent. Darrell?
Thank you. Number one, when I sit down with someone, if you have an income, you should have a budget. Number 2, you should have a financial plan, and it should be broken into 3 categories. Short term from month 1 to 13, from year 13 to year 36, and from year 36 to 60. Life changes about every 5 years. So you want a budget so you know how much you're keeping based on how much you're earning, and you want financial goals you can meet in a short term, midterm, long term. And then we could look at establishing credit to enhance your overall worth, because once you're worth something, you can start developing wealth.
Right, right. Excellent. And that was one of the things from my previous panel, that tying together of credit, but really the importance of building net worth.
Yes.
Yeah, and making sure that you have that in line to be able to do that. So at this point, we're going to close and really appreciate the audience and the panel for the great job that you did this morning in terms of really breaking this down and demystifying credit and understanding, again, how to use it as a point that we can leverage and not something that so many people end up being taken, that they end up being taken advantage of by it because they're not aware of their rights. They're not aware of how this works. So, I mean, it's just a critical point in that, financial foundation. And again, when we think about the world of money and its mission in terms of that financial literacy for our youth, I mean, if I would have known the things that I know at my present age, if I would have known even the early parts of that in my teens, in my young adults, I mean, some of the decisions that I made as a young person or a younger person, I would have made some different choices, and I have no problem putting that out there. So I think that as parents, as fathers, one of the things that we really can do to start the path for intergenerational wealth transfer and just building secure financial futures for our families and for our children is investing in financial literacy and education, for them at an early age. And with that, again, I'd like to thank our panelists, Darrell Alexander Washington and Kevin Hannon. And again, gentlemen, really appreciate your time and insights. And at this point, we're going to move to the next panel, and we're going to close out here. So thank you very much, and everyone have a great day.
What if I told you your child could become an educated consumer, investor, entrepreneur, and a philanthropist, all from the comfort of your laptop or mobile phone?
And could learn how to manage one of the world's most powerful currencies, money.
It's true. I'm Sienna.
And I'm Dante, and we are both World of Money Youth Board members.
I know firsthand how life-changing it is to be financially capable. When I was 11, my parents enrolled me and my siblings in the World of Money Institute, where I learned how to budget, invest, and donate my money.
I first attended World of Money when I was 12, and now, like us, over 5,000 young people globally and growing. Your child also can become financially educated with the World of Money online course.
This award-winning financial education program is tailored for ages 7 through 21. Our course provides 160 self-guided lessons, videos, activities, quizzes, live homerooms, and scheduled town halls.
During the course, your child will learn about budgeting and saving, compound interest, artificial intelligence, and so much more.
Give your child the foundation for their financial security and generational wealth. Register for the World of Money online course today.
TheWorldOfMoney.org.
Developing financially responsible adults,
one child at a time.
Kareem, you're muted. Kareem, you are muted. Kareem, you are muted.
Karim, you're on mute.
Maybe we should put that in the chat box if we get him to respond.
Karim, can you hear us?
You're muted, Kareem. I think he just realized it.
Yeah, I think he realized it now, yeah.
He says he's not on mute.
Yeah. Maybe the volume on his application is turned down on his side.
Yeah, is there a way of testing the mic?
Yeah.
Well, I think we knew where he wanted to start. Should we? And I'm happy to sort of jump in and be a Kareem substitute until he comes back, if that's okay with the rest of the group.
Sure, Mark. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I think he wanted to. I know from his our conversation with him a few days ago that one of the things he thought would be interesting to open this discussion with some conversation about was around the Fed's decision this week to raise interest rates another 75 basis points. I think it's the third time this year the Fed has moved on rates, and I think he was looking to see what we all thought about sort of investing in this environment, kind of what's our reaction to that Fed activity, and whether there's an opportunity to sort of create the soft or hard landing, perhaps. But what's the goal here of the Fed? And Mark L., why don't I send that to you first and just get your thoughts and reactions to that?
Sure, and I think Sabrina wanted us to introduce ourselves as well, so I'll just start up. My name is Mark Lichtenfeld. I'm the Chief Income Strategist of the Oxford Club and author of Get Rich with Dividends. So when I look at the Fed and what it's done, this year and recently raising by 75 basis points, my message to investors is really don't get caught up in what the Fed is doing or is not doing and all the news that you're going to hear. And really, the worse the economy gets, the more news you're going to hear about it. So it's going to be quite scary if the economy starts to get a little worse. So what I recommend for investors is if you need the money that you're thinking about investing, if you need that money within 3 years to pay tuition, mortgage, whatever it is, keep it out of the market. Not because I'm necessarily bearish and I think the market's going down in the next year, 2, 3 years, but because we don't know. Anything can happen in the market in the short term. So keep that money safe, keep it in cash or something very, very secure and very conservative, where you know that money will be there and you can sleep at night. If you don't need the money within 3 years, if you have a 5-year, 10-year time horizon, then ignore everything you hear about the Fed and what you hear in the news about the economy, because we know that long-term markets go up. They historically have done that for well over 100 years. And if you're invested for the long term, you're going to make money. And so just completely ignore everything that the Fed is or is not doing. If you're a long-term investor, it could feel real scary to invest right now because we're in a bear market, and again, you're hearing all this negative news. But we know that even if you invested at the worst possible times, if you invested at the top of the dot-com boom in 2000, at the top right before the Great Recession in 2007, you still made money over the long term. You're still up, and it didn't take that long to recover. So ignore everything that you might be hearing in the news if you're a long-term investor, and put some money to work. It doesn't have to be all at once, but put some money to work.
Yeah, that's right. And Peter?
So hi, good morning. I'm Peter Gonzalez. I'm a program manager supporting the Advancing Financial Inclusion Framework for FINRA's Investor Education Foundation. And I just want to start by saying thank you to World of Money for inviting us to participate. and to celebrate all of the fathers participating and taking part in our conversation today. I'll share 8 elements of money management that are essential to you having control and managing your money through any market scenario, whether it's today, tomorrow, or yesterday. And that is, first, know your money mindset, right? Are you fearful or anxious? Are you intimidated by money? Or do you feel in control and optimistic? Knowing what your money mindset is will support your money management decisions. Secondly, understand where your money goes. Separating your needs and your wants empowers you to set priorities and understand more clearly where you can make changes. Third, set your goals. Before you can accomplish a goal, you need a plan for how to achieve it. Goals should be smart, specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and timely. Fourth, pay yourself first. Set a goal, make a plan, and save automatically. Understand your taxes is number 5. Number 6, know your credit score. If you incur debt, pay your debt, establish your credit, and improve your credit score. Seventh, protect your money and your health. Insurance is beneficial, as you've heard all across the different panels this morning, in safeguarding your finances. And lastly, save for retirement. Take the time to learn about the different types of investments and understand their risks. Thanks, Mark.
Bet. Kareem, are you back online? I'll take the next one and introduce myself if he's not.
Still can't hear you.
Still can't hear you. Well, I'll jump in here. So I'm Mark Ferguson, and I am the CEO of Innovation Finance Group. We're not an investment management business per se, but we create a short-term, high-quality investment asset for investors. And I echo a lot of what you've said, both you, Peter, and Mark have said so far. I think that markets are quite turbulent at the moment, but I do think for most retail investors, attempting to time the market is never a great strategy for long-term financial success. And I like to encourage folks to be patient, ride these waves. I mean, most professional investors have begun to, anticipate the possibility of a recession, perhaps in the early part of 2023. And a lot of that's priced into the market. We're down, I think markets are down 20 to 25% so far this year. If we hit recessionary territory after another 5% run here, but markets tend to recover 9 to 12 months after hitting that bottom. So for most investors who are attempting to time the market in an environment like this, will miss the mark and likely cost themselves more money in the long run. So we should, I like to encourage folks to sit pat. As Mark indicated, I think you should try to ignore as much of this news as you possibly can and ride this wave out, know that there are better days ahead. So Gordon, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. So my name, I think we're introducing ourselves first. My name is obviously Gordon Armstrong. I think Sabrina and the folks remember when I was formerly at March Capital. I launched my own firm about 3 months ago. FINRA approved and registered 3 months ago, Strong Capital Markets. So March Capital, thank you very much. March Capital is a great place, but I've moved on to my own thing. So, I mean, I have 30 years of financial services experience. A lot of it was in the public markets. I was a convertible arbitrageur, trading convertible bonds at Wachovia. I was on the buy side a little bit at MSD Capital. So definitely seen a lot of these crazy and wild public markets as things get volatile, rates start to move and everybody's weighing in, and you're also in a time of war. Right now, my firm, we're called we're a nickel BD is what Strong Capital Market is right now. So we basically raise capital for private companies and private investment vehicles. And, if any folks are thinking about the private side, looking on the private side, there's definitely been a pullback from a lot of the larger private deals that have been done. And it's tied to what's also going on in the public markets, right? All the markets kind of interrelate. So definitely been a big pullback. So those who have access to certain funds that may put into private vehicles, possibly a good time to dip a toe in to some of these large unicorns and entities that had higher valuations before, that definitely softened in the last 3 to 6 months within these turbulent times. So I think people need to stay focused. So echoing the sentiments of everybody, both Marks and Peter, that, you know, a lot of these moments, they tend to be more opportunities than anything else when you look at them over the long run, right? There's usually ways in which you can take slices of what you own and buy little put a toe in, a little pullback, put a toe in. In the long haul, you tend to look back and say, wow, I'm glad I purchased at that time.
And hopefully you guys can hear me now.
There he is.
There he is.
Right. I wasn't on mute. I had to reset something, so I apologize for that.
All good, man.
So Mark Lichtenfeld is the intro that I had for you is that you're a best-selling author. So I know your first book was entitled "Get Rich with Dividends: Proven System for Double-Digit Returns," and that won Book of the Year by the Institute for Financial Literacy. So, just in your mind, what are kind of the key takeaways from that book?
Sure. So again, it goes back to the idea of long-term investing. And I look for companies that are paying dividends and raising dividends. And in case anybody isn't familiar with the concept of a dividend, just real quick, when you buy a stock, you obviously hope that stock will go up in value and eventually you can sell it at a higher price. But there are some stocks that pay dividends. They pay cash to their shareholders during the year. And it could be anywhere from a penny a share to a lot more. So I'm looking for companies, generally speaking, that are paying about 3% or higher per year. So that's extra income that you receive, and that those companies are raising their dividends every year. And the reason, and when I wrote the book, the first edition came out in 2012 and the second one in 2015. So we were in a low inflationary environment for a long time. But the idea was that your investments are generating some income, and that because that dividend is being raised every year, you're getting a raise. You're increasing your income every year, and you're hopefully outpacing inflation. That was easy to do when inflation was barely above zero. Today, now that inflation is 8.5%, 9%, it's a lot more challenging, but that much more important to try to find investments that are going to boost your income every year, especially if you rely on the income if you rely on your investment income as part of your total income strategy. Not everybody does that. People who are younger typically invest more for growth. And if you're older and receiving Social Security, then a lot of times investment income is very, very important. But by starting when you're young and investing in these companies that are raising their dividend every year, by the time you get to be 60, 70, 80, you can be generating a very significant amount of income from these investments.
No, that's great. Thanks, Mark. And I want to encourage folks to submit questions in the chat. I mean, ultimately, this session is for you guys, so we want to make sure we're addressing your questions. So one of the questions, and Mark, since you hit on this, is about inflation. Inflation print close to 8%, and I'm opening this up to the broader panel. Man, how are you guys thinking about your own PAs and investing, et cetera, given this high inflationary environment? Maybe Mark Ferguson, if we can start with you.
Sure. One thing that's really interesting is that we all have very different risk tolerance levels as we think about investing. And when we hit environments like this where inflation is extraordinarily high, personally, I'm interested in assets that are maybe deeply undervalued or have been potentially hurt by a broader market correction, where I can take advantage of the opportunity to deploy some capital into some assets that I think have greater upside potential per my own personal portfolio strategies. And I'm rarely put off by turbulent markets. I tend to think that when there's a lot of noise, there's a great deal of opportunity. I think there are some bond assets I like because it's a great place to put some cash as rates continue to rise. I try to stay away from, I think, companies that are typically hurt by, thinking specifically about consumer staples, healthcare companies in some degree, particularly pharmaceutical companies that farmers typically need a lot of cash. So as interest rates rise, their costs are rising. which tends to hurt their stock prices. But I think good businesses are worth the investment. So I think that's an opportunity. Consumer staples are interesting because consumers are seeing their costs rise as interest rates rise. And so discretionary income becomes kind of interesting. So even companies like Walmart or others, even car companies, where discretionary spending is going to get hit by this rise in interest rates, right? So maybe you don't buy a new car this year. Folks are going to think twice about buying a home this year as rates continue to rise and the environment gets a little more challenging. So I sort of think about all those things as I consider how I invest my own money. I'm far from I'm at least a decade or so from retirement. So I still think long term when it comes to investing. And the turbulence in today's market doesn't deter me. For me, again, it I think creates moments of opportunity.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Peter, what about you? How are you thinking about investing in these high inflationary times?
Yeah, so volatile markets, right? They can inspire and create feelings of fear and anxiety amongst the investing public. Last month, the FINRA Investor Education Foundation, we published a piece giving 5 investor tips that investors can take away during turbulent markets, and I'll share those 5 tips. And the first is revisit your financial goals. Good financial goals tied to a sound long-term financial plan typically will survive short-term markets ups and downs. Secondly, diversify your assets. It's important to have a diversified portfolio across and within major asset classes. Focus on your future. Avoid impulse decisions when markets become volatile or economic conditions change. Understand the impact of changing interest rates, right? When interest rates go up, bond prices generally fall, and interest rate risk is one of a number of factors to consider when you invest in bonds and other fixed income products. And lastly, protect your money. Fraud is always a growing threat, and financial scammers operate in all market conditions. And in times of high market volatility, investors may be particularly vulnerable to pitches touting guarantees of risk-free returns. So one I'll share one tool that we offer is FINRA's Broker Check, and it's a great resource and a great tool where anyone can go up and look up someone who's pitching an investment and find out if that person is registered and licensed to sell securities.
No, thanks for that, Peter. Gordon, how about you? Let's turn it over to you.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, with starting my new venture, I mean, very all in the growth and what we can achieve here at the firm. I think for broker dealers, we eventually plan to uptake the broker deal and try to become a 100K broker dealer. And these turbulent markets tend to create tremendous trading activity for firms, right? These raising rates in these volatile markets tend to play well into the hand of traders. But I think what I would say for the individual, I think I would lean at looking at good companies, right, during these times and watching healthy companies that potentially overcorrect, right? Really good companies you want to get an in for, great time to watch and kind of trying to target reentry points of where you want to get into a JP Morgan, a Microsoft, big, healthy, meaningful names that'll also correct in this big pullback. Probably going to be a good buying opportunity over time for everyone. So this is your chance to gain a reentry point into healthy, good quality companies. That's how I would look at it.
Got it. Thanks. So I see a couple of questions that I'm just going to, I think they're somewhat related. So one of my favorite investment quotes is from Howard Marks. He's the CEO over at Oak Tree Capital. Mm-hmm. So one of the things he says, and I think it's super relevant in today's market, at least up until this year, I think people are kind of learning the lesson, but risk does not look like risk when it's generating a return. And the danger has been in these rising markets where risk assets are just performing very, very well. People hear about what their friends are investing in and the money that they're making in certain things, whether it was, a couple of years ago, weed stocks, crypto, et cetera. Folks just invest not realizing what they're investing in and not realizing the risk that they're exposing themselves to. Yeah. So on that, there's a question around if you're a novice investor, how should you think about investing, number one? And there's another question that I see around, do you keep an eye on specific companies you like, or do you hunting for value when there's a correction? And the reason I'm putting these two questions together is because what I've seen, and my mom was doing this, which is actually investing in individual companies when she doesn't have the ability to really understand those companies very, very well. So clearly for the novice investor, the things that have been touted would be, this diversified approach, investing in ETFs, et cetera. But what I've been seeing, sort of these novice investors directly investing in individual companies that they don't know that much about. So the question generally is, how should folks think about investing, if they're sort of earlier in their investing path versus folks that are a little bit more sophisticated and want to invest in particular companies? How do you guys approach that in terms of keeping an eye on these companies? Do you wait for a correction or just be disciplined about just maintaining exposure, et cetera? So hopefully, I know that that's a lot to unpack, but Mark Lichtenfield, why don't we start with you?
Sure. So there are so many free resources out there for investors who want to get started and learn how to invest. My company has a free website called wealthyretirement.com. Now we're not going to tell you which companies to invest in necessarily. We'll write about various companies but there are many other sites like ours where there's tons of free information to start educating yourself. So we do believe that a novice investor can learn enough to pick their own stocks. I do think that you need to. I think it was Peter who was saying, identify what your goals are and understand your risk tolerance. So you should have those kinds of things figured out. If you're not comfortable picking your own stocks, there are certainly full service brokers who you pay either a commission or a fee, and they help you pick their investments. They'll actually recommend, okay, buy Coca-Cola, buy this bond. But there's also kind of in the middle ground, the discount brokers, and now many of those brokers are free. We're talking about Vanguard, Ameritrade, Schwab. A lot of them have either free or very discounted services that can help you set up a financial plan. And again, they're not going to tell you, okay, buy Coca-Cola, but they may create a plan for you or help you create a plan where you're going to put 10% of your portfolio in large cap stocks, and that might be achieved through a mutual fund or an ETF. So really, there's just a ton of either free or very discounted resources for novice investors.
Yeah, thanks. That's great. Let's turn to you, Peter, since I know this is directly in your wheelhouse, just around investor education, et cetera.
Yeah, and it'll be echoing a lot of what Mark mentioned. We teach that investors should identify their 3 key principles, KEY. And K is know yourself as an investor. What are your goals, your risk tolerance? And you have to have a willingness, right, to go out there and research your opportunities and understand and monitor your accounts, what's happening within them on a month-to-month basis. Secondly, E, embrace diversification, right? We've all heard the phrase, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Well, with investments, it's the same. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And lastly, Y, think of years, not days or hours, right? Spread out your goals are to be spread out. Avoid following the crowd and take advantage of a plethora of unbiased and free resources that are available out there.
Got it. That's great. Thanks, Peter. So I know you guys have given out great advice so far, but I'm just curious. I mean, just to kind of synthesize things for the audience, what's the best investment advice that you can give folks, the audience, for today's market? Mark Ferguson, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, Mark and Peter sort of echo some of these things already. I mean, I do believe in diversification, right? So particularly for a retail investor, picking stocks is an art, right? I do think you have to learn about the businesses and industries that you want to invest in. I think and I think professional advice can be very, very helpful. I think for most retail investors, a lot of their wealth is going to come from an investment in a 401k or a 401k-like asset, right, or program. Stepping out of that, I do think I've known folks who have joined investment clubs where they can share information among other individuals. They can make purchase decisions together. I think that can be really helpful. And I think in market environments like today, patience is very, very important. patiently doing your homework, not being emotional about your investment decisions. And I think in environments like this, I think people become very, very emotional and can at times make very poor investment decisions. And I'm going to guess that for many of us on the panel here, that we have relatives who call us when markets get turbulent, right? Asking whether or not they should, trade out of this or trade out of that, without us really understanding and appreciating what their investment goals are, what their objectives are. And if you're knee jerk, you lock in losses at a time when if you just held on just a little bit longer, you'll miss the recovery. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think it's telling that you have a guy like Warren Buffett who talks about the importance of emotional intelligence as opposed to just having, intellect, right? I mean, intellect, obviously, you need a base level to do well in investing, but it's really about emotional intelligence. So we have a couple minutes left. Why don't we go around the horn and if you guys want to give the audience just favorite investment book. Mark L., I think I have a sense for what you're going to say. Why don't we start with you?
Yeah. So I will say my book is written for novice and intermediate investors. So for anyone who does want to learn about how to pick stocks that pay dividends, obviously I'm a little biased, but I recommend it. But I will recommend another one. My favorite book is The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clason. The book was written over 100 years ago, or just about 100 years ago. And it's not so much an investing book. It's not going to tell you how to analyze a company, but it tells you, it explains it. It's a very quick read. You can read it in an afternoon. It's about 80 pages. And it gives advice about how to handle your money through fables from ancient Babylon, really. And it is by far the best book I've ever read about money, about saving, spending, investing, charitable giving. It's absolutely fantastic. So again, The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clason, Clason.
Got it. Gordon?
I think when I think of a lot of the books I'm probably reading and get my hands on tend to be books more about, past financial titans and things that they did, like how JP Morgan became JP Morgan. So not stuff for investing, but kind of the history of business and how it kind of evolved. So, I mean, I don't know how much any of those books would shed light into the immediate investing of today, unfortunately. So I don't think I have a.
All right, Peter, let's turn to you.
For me, my favorite is The Millionaire Next Door by Thomas Stanley. And why? Because when I grew up without resources. So for me, a millionaire was a unicorn. And that book sort of helped me reshape those thoughts and really gave me guideposts that I follow to this day in my life.
That's great. Mark Ferguson?
Sure. I think one of my favorites is Random Walk Down Wall Street by Burton Malkiel. I read it in college, loved it then. I've reread it a number of times. I just think it's an easy read. It's practical advice, particularly for folks who may be emerging, active retail investors. I think it's a very smart read, an easy read, and one I think people can really enjoy and find the material fairly accessible.
No, that's great. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we wrap here? I really want to thank the panelists today for the time, the insights. This has been great. I apologize for my computer issues earlier. And we'll wrap. Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience for listening in.
It's a pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you. Take care.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ajanai Patterson. I attend Connecticut College as a Posse Scholar. Today, we will be introducing a group of amazing young men, amazing young investors. They have a group called the Good Sense Club. Could we bring them in? Super excited. So like I said, today we'll be, introducing a group of 7 young men out of Chicago. Truly amazing their work. I'm really excited to just have this dialogue and to educate people, very young, 16 and 17-year-olds that truly understand the financial game, right? Understanding how to what to invest and how to invest, all these tough terms for some, have been feasible for them. So I'm really, really excited for this conversation. It's going to be a blast. And thank you to all of you who are tuning in, for setting time aside to just be here today. Yeah. Greetings, brother. Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Just get started. Awesome. All right, so the rest of your group will be coming in soon, right?
Yeah, everybody else should be coming in.
Awesome, great. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and get started. No pressure at all.
All right.
First and foremost, you look great, brother. So the first thing, so I know you guys have a group called the Good Sense Club, right? So can you just tell me what that is? How did it get started?
Yeah, so it's an investment group that me and 6 other guys, our parents started it for us, and they really wanted us to start learning financial literacy at a very young age and get into investing. As that went on, we became more successful. They kind of stepped away and let us facilitate everything ourselves, and just been doing great.
Amazing. That sounds great. All right. So can you just kind of walk us all through those meetings, right? What do they really look like? How do you all decide what to sell and keep?
All right. So yeah, at our meetings, we usually start by going over our entire portfolio, just saying like what everything that we own is at and what we bought it at, talk about percentage gains. And each of us like follows a specific industry. So like me, for example, I follow the entertainment industry. So our stocks under that industry are like Disney, Sony, Microsoft. And so then I'll just give a report on news from the past month about what they've been doing, maybe future plans. And then for when we decide on how to buy a stock, usually at the end of every year, so like June, we'll like all suggest something, and then we'll just like all kind of vote for whatever we want, how many shares we want of it.
Right. Yeah. It's awesome. I think the part of this whole thing that makes me the most exciting, right, is, I always go by this quote of you can't aspire to be what you don't see. And to see you brothers really, excelling in such a field that seems to be so exclusive, I think that part of it makes me the most happiest, So I just want to know, like, in your opinion, how do we push the agenda of financial literacy within our very own communities?
I feel like we should make it known that like it's not a very difficult concept to grasp. It's much simpler than people really think, like than they perceive it to be.
Right. And in terms of a lot of, those hard, tough terms, what advice would you give people that are trying to understand those terms, or where to look? Any resources or, that you guys use?
It's basically like a simple Google search. You can just look up certain stuff, or ask around with people that you may know that may be successful in anything. Maybe ask them about it because they can give some great advice to you.
Got you. And furthermore on that, I was talking to you and Miles about just the conversations of with your peers at school and just about this topic. So can you kind of give us a little bit of that and what that looks like and how you're educating your own peers in school about these things?
We basically I kind of told you it already. It's just like stuff that we know, stuff that we're into, just basically invest into what you're into. That's typically something that's pretty popular, and that'll basically go up. And also like look into the future and like think what'll be like the next big thing in the future. Because if you get into that early, you can make some serious money.
Right. Nah, that's awesome. All right. So I mean, obviously you're ambitious, you're goal oriented, right? So are there any future projects or initiative that you all hope to establish in the future to educate people about the importance of investing early, like you did?
Nothing yet, but we did bring that up not too long ago, like very recently. So we're definitely coming up with something that we can do just beyond invest.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I know that there have been two new groups similar to your group that has formed because of the work that you all have done, right?
Yes.
Amazing. That's amazing. That's really amazing. So, another question. Do you think that do you see investing as a good and effective way of closing the racial wealth gap? Tough one. I'll give you some time to think.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know, because you can't really accumulate the wealth through investing like super quickly.
Right.
But like maybe like over time, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So where do you see yourself in 5 years? In terms of investing, in terms of your goals, all that stuff.
I'll definitely see myself still investing in 5 years. Probably about to graduate college. Definitely invest all my money into real estate. That's something I really want to get into.
Real estate. Nice, nice. So who's your biggest inspiration, right? Who's that?
Inspiration. I say maybe Elon Musk, just because of how he built such a successful empire and how he's become so successful through everything.
Welcome, Jameson. How are you?
I'm good.
So you can pick up right where Mario left off. So who do you think who's your biggest inspiration?
Probably my biggest inspiration is probably in the stock world and like the whole like financial world is probably Robert F. Smith. He's also from Austin like me, and I just think he's really cool. And how he created his whole like business empire and his financial empire, starting from essentially nothing, and how he's created it to what it is today, and how he continues to maintain it and grow it more and more.
Right, right. Your audio, if you don't mind being a little bit louder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all fine. So, question, right? So I know, a lot of it is you guys vote on it, right? But how do you really choose what to invest?
I think it's more looking at how the stock can perform, how it is currently, how it's performed in the past, and how tracking it and see how it can perform in the future. And then because we all carry different industries, and just we all give our intake and our input of how each stock and how each industry performs.
Mario, you agree? Same thing?
Yes. My apologies. I'm just readjusting so I can get Wesley in the camera as well.
No worries. Yeah. Be great to have. So I'm gonna continue, to ask you guys. Are you still here? Can you hear me?
I'm here.
Awesome. Hey, brothers, welcome.
What's up?
All right. So, in celebration of Juneteenth being tomorrow, as a form of celebration of, Black people and our emancipation in 1863, what is a message you all would like to send the Black and Brown community, especially young generation that is now battling through different issues that weren't in the past, but still hold strong connections to our roots?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
I know, no worries. In celebration of Juneteenth being tomorrow, as a form of celebration of Black people and our emancipation in 1863, what is a message you all would like to give, to the Black and Brown community, especially young generation that is now battling through different issues that weren't in the past, but still hold strong connections to our roots today?
I think it's always very important to persevere and pursue what you're interested in, your likes, the things you are already doing, extracurriculars. And I think pursuing those things can not only open your mind to new experiences, but it can also provide experiences through that avenue as well.
Right. Mario, and if you don't mind, can you all kind of answer the questions? That would be great.
Yeah, I'm just going to tag on what Wesley said. Just stay persistent in what you do, especially if you're very passionate in that, because you'll just continue to grow and get better and everything. Lead to success.
Jameson?
I just think like what Mario and Wesley said, staying persistent with what you want and still persevering and continuing to do what you want, even what's up against you, and just sticking to that.
Right. That's great. So, what did you all wish you knew before you got into this trajectory of investing? Is there any, what do you what do you wish you knew?
Kind of adding on and extrapolating upon the idea of following the things you're interested in. A lot of our early success was founded in us going for stocks and buying into shares from companies that we were interested in and already kind of knew. Staying up to date on a stock or a company that you're interested in, like Adidas, seeing the new shoes drop, or Nike, that'll help you kind of gauge where the stock is going. And in turn, you can gauge how much money you're going to be able to make out of it, when to sell, when to buy, and keeping your interest on something that you're previously already active and a part of will always help you kind of
Right.
judge a stock better.
Awesome. Mario?
And I feel like as we went on, we just kind of picked up all the essential knowledge that we needed to know, like along the way of our investing path. So I feel like that's also been a huge contributor to our success. So I would say there's nothing necessarily that I think I would have wanted to know before, because I'm just picked up on everything.
Right. James?
Just like what Mario said, like as we've gotten a lot older and since we started, we've picked up a lot more knowledge and grown a lot about the stock industry and how they perform in the financial industry, and just how we can correlate that in our industries to the stocks that we buy and how we trade them.
Right. That's awesome. So, what are some of the issues you guys have faced while investing, and some of the conflicts over the years that you guys have encountered?
Obviously, as we diversify, we obviously have to research more, but we also work now into other industries. So as we gain a stock, if we gain a healthcare stock, it is not only just that stock we're interested in, but rather the whole industry of healthcare and the whole market. So that being said, learning as we go, as you mentioned in your previous question, has been such a large part of our success and of our portfolio as we build, as a group. Because as we gain a stock, we gain an industry, and now we're interested in that industry as well as the ones we were in previously.
That's awesome. Yeah, Mario?
I feel like the issue that we've had to face on occasion is like stock market crashes. That'll lead on to like us trying to figure out how to adapt to that and what important decisions to make with our stocks.
Right. Jameson?
Just like what he said too, like just how the stock market changes and changing your strategy with how you invest, how you sell your stocks, and when you sell them, because that's also really crucial based on how often the stock market changes.
Right. Obviously with the current market the way it is, right? So how do you guys navigate it? How do you what does that look like?
I mean, also you have to look at tracking previous patterns of the stock market and how
Right.
it's changed in the past, and how each industry and how each company adapts to it and how it changes to the current evolving stock market.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we can't predict when the stock market is going to crash. However, it's more about getting back up and being ready to invest or sell based on what we've seen from a stock crash. Obviously, it can be very detrimental for a portfolio. However, re-upping and kind of coming back from stock crashes has been one of our stronger points. We see our portfolio affected by crashes but things like that, we usually can bounce back pretty easily and suffer little to no losses.
Right. Awesome. So with the constant stigmas of just people of color, especially young Black men of color, especially in Chicago as well, and all the other parts of the world like New York, what does it mean to you all, to start this work and to, be part of such an important legacy essentially? So,
to me, it feels like I feel great that I'm able to be able to flip the narrative of Black people not being successful, not being able to do this and that, and just being having the success that we have is mean a lot to me.
But adding on to what you said in the question, even more important than the success we've had is actually the legacy we leave behind. Because as we leave behind this idea of young Black men investing in the stock market, we open the door for plenty of other young Black men or minorities to become what they want to be. And opening the door for them is honestly more important than anything else.
Right. Jameson?
I think also it's about changing the narrative of how people see and how people perceive Black men and people of color and how they look at them and how the narrative that people create about them. And also, like what Wesley said, just open the door for more Black men, people of color to pursue down the same path.
Right. And I asked the question along the same lines, a little earlier before you guys came on, but what are some, other initiatives or other things that you guys would like to do, if you haven't done already, would like to do to really help change this narrative or to help, our own people?
Obviously, as I said, the whole idea in itself opens the door. So I think the best thing we can do is kind of promote ourselves and get the idea out there. Helping people when it comes to investing is not kind of like a market or a strategy that we've tapped into so far. However, just getting the information out there and keeping people informed, I think, does half the battle.
Nice. Mario?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Nah, it's definitely an amazing answer. We love to hear it. That's awesome. So what are some things you guys do outside of investing? What are like some daily habits maybe you could give, tips to students younger than you or a little older than you? Because I'm obviously a little older than you guys, but I do aspire to be just like you guys in many ways. You guys are amazing. So what are some tips you guys could give people your age?
I read books.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I read books on investing. That's interesting. Give me some more knowledge on the subject and help contribute to our success.
Nice. So can you give us some of those books possibly?
And just finished reading. I forgot the title.
Happens.
It was a great book though.
But going on, just obviously in this market or in the idea of investing in stocks, information is always power. So my dad is a huge news watcher. So, every day, every night, I'll have the news on kind of. And one of the practices that I do in order to stay, up on current events and stay focused is to actually watch the news with them and tap into current events. Because honestly, as I've learned more, something could be going on all the way in Russia and we'll feel it here. So it's very important to be informed and stay up to date. And with that, you'll find success in just that. And everyone's able to watch the news. Obviously, books and more centered information will help. At the same time, the news can be a great asset for anyone that wants to begin investing.
It's amazing. Yeah. Jameson?
I think also what they said about like just tracking what's going on around the country and around the world, because stocks isn't just something about what's going on where you live. It affects different countries around you and how the stock market trades, how it sells, and how it goes. So I think it's really important just tracking what goes on around you with the stock market.
Awesome. So what do you guys plan on studying when you go to college? What do you think?
I plan on majoring in business and real estate.
Real estate, yeah.
I'm also interested in the business field. However, I have been focusing a lot on like pre-med or being a physician. I've been interested in that for a long time in my life. So still choosing between paths.
I'm interested in fashion design and marketing.
Nice. That's awesome.
I think someone just told us that there was one more
coming in.
Person. Yeah, I don't know. So he's voting in a waiting room. I'm not sure.
Okay, so you guys mentioned how the companies that you invest in has been more than just an investment in the stock. You've been able to really look into the companies and what they stand for and stuff like that. So what are some important companies to your portfolio or to your stock altogether that you guys have valued even more over the years?
Obviously, as we see gains, that increases the value, the actual importance we put upon a stock. So obviously one of our most important or most quintessential grabs was Tesla at a lower price value, I think around $40. So I definitely say we value Tesla pretty highly. It's been a great, large portion of our success as a group and in our portfolio. So I'd say that definitely has a lot more value. What other stocks?
Yeah, we typically value technology stocks in our portfolio, so that might be Microsoft, Sony, Shopify, Apple, any other technology stocks. Those are ones we value pretty highly.
Are a lot of our technology stocks too, and also our entertainment stocks like Disney and our cruise, travel, United, those all have a really high gain in our portfolio as well, especially as the seasons change. A lot of our stock markets, stocks in different industries change a lot.
Right. Awesome. So, with all these different forms of currency, Bitcoins, cryptocurrency, a lot of people want to know, should they invest in cryptocurrency? Have you all invested in cryptocurrency? Is it risky to do that?
We do have, we have invested into one cryptocurrency. We haven't really done too much with it. We just got it just because, like, like there's something to have, it's a cryptocurrency to have, but it's definitely risky. You should definitely get very deep into it, like research very deeply into it before you consider getting one.
For you, I mean, to me, the idea of crypto is kind of trading of the future. However, I wouldn't necessarily say that the companies we're investing in now as some stock traders is going out of style per se. I don't know if building into a new industry, which is supposed to be the modern world of the future, I don't know if that's necessarily the time for this. And at the same time, information is very limited about the subject, although I'd say it's fairly new. And similarly to some other investing methods such as Forex, I think there's a lot of fluctuation and volatility in the crypto and similarly Forex market. Going for something such as stocks will not only you'll have more information at your disposal, but I feel like you'll also have more consistency in your picks, consistency in your gains, consistency in your losses. You'll see a lot less of that fluctuation, which could be deal breaking for you.
Right. James?
I don't really know a lot about cryptocurrency, but I know that if it's something that you want to invest in and something that you want to add to your portfolio, it should be something that you do a lot of research about and how it can affect you and your stock portfolio. But yeah.
All right, awesome. Can you guys just talk a little, because I went to an all male school, right? So can you guys just talk about the intimacy of friendship in your group, your investment group, and how that has, how you guys have all learned from each other and how that has affected your bond with each other?
Yeah, so everybody in the group has known each other since we were maybe 2 or 3 years old. So that's definitely how it impacted our like camaraderie. It's definitely allowed us to build trust in one another because we've been investing in each other. So we all trust each other in this.
I think the chemistry within our group is can't be valued. It's priceless. The trust we have in each other not only helps with our decision making, but it also helps with our original calls for the stocks. Staying in touch so often and knowing each other for so long helps us kind of keep up to date day to day without even having to set specific meetings or things like that. We'll obviously have our monthly or half monthly meetings, but at the same time, just being able to talk to each other every day as friends and not even as business partners has helped our success tremendously.
Welcome, Noah.
Hello.
I think for me, we've known each other since we were really young, and our parents before that, they've known each other for a really long time. And I think that just creates like a really strong bond between all of us and a lot of trust with all of us to where we are today and how we make our decisions and how we trust one another.
Right. So thank you, Jameson, for your amazing answer. But Noah, just to kind of fill you in, I asked, similar to you guys in terms of the group, I went to an all male school, right? So I was referring to the intimacy, the friendship, the growth that you guys have kind of grown together. How has that affected your investing and just, yeah.
Well, yeah, like we all know each other since we were young. We've all been, I played sports with multiple of them. I've gone to school with multiple of them. So just like the connection and bonds we have with each other allow us to kind of communicate and create choices and make decisions that we all agree with and like.
Awesome. All right. So, we understand that, generational wealth is the goal, right? Obviously investing is one step of doing that, but how have your family played in an important role in this journey?
Well, like I told you earlier, they really started everything off for us and, laid the groundwork for us to be successful. Yeah, that's what they contributed to.
Setting the infrastructure for us while teaching was very beneficial. And I think that was a great point for them to start or begin our investing journey. While they were setting up our portfolio, getting us into the actual idea of stocks, we were learning how to invest them. So we hit the ground running as soon as they kind of deviated the responsibility to us solely as a group. So as we have been taught for the first few years of our life, now we hit the ground running around 8 or 9, and we're completely prepared to invest on our own as our own separate entity. And then at the same time, obviously, constant support, reminders, things like that, little things. But I'd say they're definitely more on the family side than on the business side.
So as we wrap up, is there any last minute things you want to tell people? Because I remember the last time I spoke to Miles and Mario, one of the biggest things they said was, investing. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. So is there any like last minute things you guys would like to tell people to encourage them to invest early?
Yeah, you need a whole bunch of money to get into investing, and it's not a very difficult thing. It's actually very simple. The more you really get into it.
The biggest piece of advice I could give is don't be scared to put in, don't be scared to start. Continuing with what I said earlier, following your interests is always going to be great. Even if you fail in your first stock you went into, at least you're interested in it. At least you know what's going on, and maybe you could have seen the fall coming and gotten out in time. So I'd say always stick to what you're interested in, and don't be afraid to begin.
Awesome. Jameson?
I think going into it, don't be scared, don't be shy to just go into investing. And before you do it, always do research and get information about it and about what specific industry you're going into and what type of stocks you're investing in and how much money you want to put into it and how much money you want to put aside to keep up with your stock and keep up with the industry. I think that's really important, just going in with getting a lot of information as much as you can.
All right. Thank you so much for that. Noah?
Yeah, just look at the stocks you want, do lots of research on each stock, know like what your budget is, do like lots of research on each industry. I would say kind of know what you want, know like what's gonna like look at the future in stocks, and like don't go into it scared because like it's pretty simple once you like get the hang of it and do your research and all that.
And stocks, especially in a lot of certain industries, change really quickly. So making sure that you stay up with it, do research on it, and track it rigorously can really help you as well to make sure that you stay on top of that and make sure that your stock's performing well. And if it's not, to sell it.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. So as we close out, I wanted to just say to you, it is said that time is the most valuable thing one can give another. However, I beg to differ, for it's who you spend it with. This was an extremely fruitful conversation. I want to thank you, brothers, for your time. You serve as an inspiration to our community. So I just want to, tell you to keep up the good work. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Take care, brothers.
Excellent time. Have a good day.
Bye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yes, amazing, 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 amazing. That was so inspiring. I know I'm not the only one to feel that energy. I'm super energized by this summit so far today, and I'm hoping that we can add some value to an already phenomenal day. So today, brothers have talked about investing. They've talked about credit. They've talked about all things money and even real estate. And now we're here to round out this generational wealth convo with entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur is someone who owns or operates a business or businesses. Okay. And that's just the definition. However, we're going to get deeper than just the definition because I'm joined by a few brothers who have taken the entrepreneurship bull by the horns, right? And I'm excited. So brother J.R. Dorsonville, who I've known for about a decade through the world of money, and then brother Darren Simon, I'll say this is the only brother that is cool enough to be a moderator and a panelist for today's Born Rich Summit. So my name is Chike Uzoka, and I teach young men how to invest early, invest often, and invest in themselves. And I must give it up to those young men in the Good Sense Kids Club. Young men taking the charge and growing their wealth at an early age. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. So Darren, JR, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. And I'm honored to have been selected for participation in 2 different panels. So it's an honor. I'm happy to be here.
Likewise, I must say the same. I'm truly happy to be here. Been involved with World of Money for over a decade now. I can't quite put a number on the years at this point. I think I've lost track.
Yep.
But it's great to see you fellas. Happy to be here.
Awesome, man. I'm excited. So it's always good to see you guys. And we're gonna go right into it because I know, we want to drop some gems and give the people what they're looking for. So tell us why, for you guys, why entrepreneurship? Darren, why entrepreneurship?
Well, I think that, entrepreneurship is really in our blood, in our DNA, right? Especially with our experience in America, with having many times no access to resources, but still a responsibility to survive and provide for our families. And one of the earlier panelists had mentioned that, his mother was a domestic worker, and, cleaned homes. So a lot of times we think of entrepreneurship as this really fancy term, but if you're able to take your skills and what you do well and put yourself in a position that you can be compensated for that, you're an entrepreneur. So there may be people who go through formal training, go through college, and so forth and so on. There are many folks who are successful entrepreneurs without a formal education. They have a dream. They're willing to put the work in. Understand what they do well, what the value of those skills are. And I kind of end up on like the smaller side of the spectrum. And with AKI Enterprises, I've been focusing on private mathematics tutoring for high school students. That's been involved both with different subjects and also with SAT prep for the math portion. And I've been a peer tutor since high school. I mean, this is my life's work. And part of the reason that this has come together for me is that when you take a look at student loan debt approaching $2 trillion rather, if I can help students position themselves that they can do well in school, do well on these standardized tests, put themselves in a position that they can start to receive merit-based scholarships, from these colleges, thereby lessening or reducing or eliminating their student loan debt. Suddenly, when they get out of school and graduate, they're not starting off in the hole, first paying off debt and then starting to build wealth. They're in a position to start building wealth from the beginning, which then sets them up for intergenerational transfer of wealth down the road.
Absolutely. And to chime in, I'd like to say that entrepreneurship for me has always been a way of being able to achieve the things that you want in life. It's a way for us to address the issues that we see in our communities. As an example, I recall having started a business that I operated for 10 years. I remember starting that business in a community of predominantly Black folks. It was a minority majority community. And I remember at the time, it was during a recession. I remember many people telling me not to start that business in that community, but going ahead and doing it anyway. I saw in real time, in real life, like what happens when you start a business in a community that you care about. And so we remember creating jobs, right? Everyone that we hired when we started that business, and we operated it for close to 10 years, almost everyone that we hired over that stretch of time was someone who was unemployed. Right. I remember there was we've always been having this conversation about minimum wage and livable wage and such. And I remember I was at the time paying above what the minimum wage was at that time. So you see a problem in your community, you see a problem in society. Entrepreneurship is a way for you to address that problem. So if you don't like the things that you see, if you think people should be earning more, start a business, pay them what you think they should be earning, right? And if that's more than the minimum wage, if that's a livable wage, you have an opportunity to do that. If you see blight around you in your community, you have an opportunity to address those issues through entrepreneurship, right? Sabrina Lamb saw an opportunity to educate our youth in the areas of financial literacy. So what did she do? She created this organization, World of Money, which is an entrepreneurial endeavor, right? Darren saw an opportunity to teach kids, to provide them with a means to start out ahead of the game as far as education and wealth building is concerned when they become adults. What did he do? He created a business that addresses that issue. So entrepreneurship for me has always been a way about addressing some of the issues that we see in a society, being able to get the things that we want. It's a mindset, and it's a way for us to go on and take care of the issues that we see that ail us, and then just achieving some of the things that we want to achieve, whether that's personal wealth or solving problems that you see day to day as you walk about your community.
Yes, amazing. So it's basically a way for us to control the solution if we see the problems, right?
Absolutely.
And I want to say that, you know, to that point about an entrepreneurial endeavor, it can be a for-profit, it can be a nonprofit, it can be a B Corp, which is a social corporation in some states, right? And another thing you touched on, JR, was about vision. And, you know, people didn't see your vision, right? And that's because your vision was your calling, right? And it wasn't a conference call. You saw the vision. And so we as entrepreneurs or those looking to get into entrepreneurship sometimes will get sidetracked because other people don't see the vision we see. And so you got to push through. For those listening to this and watching today, if you have that idea, it's in your head for a reason, and you got to push through regardless of who says what, right? And so, okay, great. So I wanna create this solution to this problem that I see in the world, and I don't know who to talk to. I don't know how to start. What do I do? Like, JR, what do I do? I don't know where to go. No one in my family is an entrepreneur.
This is an interesting one, right? And I say it's interesting because as entrepreneurs, we're accustomed to just kind of jumping out the window, so to speak, right? We are, well, I think what separates entrepreneurs from everyone else is the willingness to take action first and foremost. Because if you don't take action, then none of the things that you're trying to do is going to happen in the first place, right? So you have to be willing to take action, and many of us are accustomed to doing that. However, once you start taking action, you need to immediately start educating yourself on the ins and outs, the foundations of actual business ownership, right? And there are many ways to do that. I actually currently, I work for an organization. I work for an economic development organization in the Bronx. And part of my duties is to coach and consult for entrepreneurs. And so this is an organization that I actually sought out when I was an entrepreneur myself, when I was a business owner myself, and now I'm on the other side of the table helping entrepreneurs. And so this organization is called SOBRO, South Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation, right? It's an organization that's been around for 50 years this year, providing these types of services to communities, Black and Brown communities in the South Bronx. And what we do is entrepreneurs, business owners come to see us all the time. People want to start ideas. And to your point, people have these great ideas in their mind, but they don't know how to formulate those ideas in a way that makes sense and then can be taken, and action can be taken upon those ideas in the real world. And so we help them take those ideas from their mind to paper and then to practice, right? And taking action to actually see it through. And so there are plenty of those organizations around that I will say. What I find is that people, they will find those types of organizations when they start looking for them. It's not the type of thing that I found is just, it's not just out there, right? It's not like McDonald's. Everyone is aware of these types of services. I find those who seek out those services, you will find them, because it's a simple Google search in terms of where can I get entrepreneurial assistance. If you were to Google that in New York City, you're going to get things like the New York City Small Business Solutions centers that operate here in New York City, and they exist to provide these types of services. You're going to get information about the SBDC, right, which is a federal program that is implemented through the Small Business Administration. So SBDC, Small Business Development Centers, they operate a number of centers throughout the city. In every borough, you're going to find those centers. You have organizations like mine, Sobro, that assist entrepreneurs. And so once you start seeking out this information, once you start seeking help, I promise you, you're going to find it, because these organizations exist, and they exist to help small business owners, right? So that's the first place. Books, right? The library. I used to live in the library. And when I say live, I mean literally live. I remember quitting my job early on, straight out of college. I had my first full-time job. I ended up quitting because I didn't like what I was doing. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I wanted to be a small business owner. And so I would be in the library from the time that it opened at 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the evening, every single day, reading every book that I could get my hands on, going through all of the databases, learning about small businesses, how to operate small businesses, learning about accounting, marketing, and all of that stuff, right? So that information is out there for those of us who want it. You simply need to start seeking it out. And then as you start to educate yourself, you want to take the things that you're learning and put it into actual practice. Because a lot of us read the books, we watch the videos, but we don't actually practice the things that we're learning about.
Wow, that was deep, man. You said a lot. And so, Darren, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, that was pretty comprehensive as an answer. But when I think about my wife, who's also an entrepreneur, and with actual physical space, I remember us very early on going to a local community college and taking business courses, right? In terms of really understanding what kind of business to set up, whether that should be a corporation, partnership, what have you. And, again, some of the basics about the accounting, running a business, cash flows, income statement, balance sheet, how to be able to put that package together in terms of a business plan. So if you are seeking some kind of loans or resources to help you get started, folks are going to understand your vision laid out in a professional way in terms of your forecast. And like it was said in the earlier panel, yeah, I'm willing to lend you money, but how you going to make money? How are you going to pay me back my money? Mm-hmm. And then what's the rate of return can I expect for making this investment in your company? So I think that's one piece. And then another powerful piece too, you'd be surprised, other entrepreneurs, if you were able to connect and seek them out, have a wealth of knowledge and experience from already doing it. And you'd be surprised how many of them be willing to share with you some of those basics that can help you get started and, hopefully avoid some of the mistakes they have made, in the process of, building their businesses.
Absolutely. Yeah,
absolutely.
For sure. The entrepreneur community is a very generous one, I find. Mm-hmm. And if you reach out to those individuals, just as Darren just said, you'd be shocked at how many people will take the time to provide as many lessons as they can, to share their wisdom and insight, best practices. You simply need to ask. And what I find entrepreneurs really enjoy is when they see someone else like really going after it, putting in the work, they're more than happy to assist and help. And obviously, everyone may not necessarily feel that way, but what I find is that the majority of that community feels that way and will extend a helping hand when available and when the opportunity presents itself to do so.
I agree with both of you guys on that. We definitely in New Jersey, the SBDCs that you mentioned, JR, they're actually connected to college campuses. So yes. To Darren's point, you can go to a college campus like Rutgers in New Jersey and not only get the SBDC help, but you can also see which business courses that they do have at the college for you to brush up on the stuff and find the right research. And JR mentioned libraries. I believe most of those are online now. I think in person libraries are sort of a luxury, and a lot of the young people, adults as well, don't necessarily have access to it. But most of us have access to a smartphone or a computer lab, maybe. Sometimes you got to go in the hotel and act like you're staying there and go in the business center. I don't know. You gotta get to the research however you can. Yeah, right.
And the information is out there. And the information is out there.
It is.
You have to do some looking, do some research, but it's out there.
Seek,
Yeah,
seek,
no,
and you will find, and knock, and the door will be open.
to that point, I used to I remember I used to go into the Marriott in in Midtown, and they had the plaza, or on the eighth floor, which is more like the main lobby, and I would just go in there and sit in the lobby for a few hours and use the Wi-Fi,
That's
right?
it.
And so,
If you act
listen, yeah,
like you're staying there, no one will question you. If you act,
listen,
if you look around worried, they're gonna be like, you don't stay here, obviously. So
yeah, no, you listen, you have to be resourceful, and that's one of the things that as entrepreneurs that we're known for, our resourcefulness. If you can't find a solution to the problem one way, you
yeah,
keep you keep banging away at it until you find the solution another way. And so
yep,
part of it is being resourceful. So if you find that you're in an environment where you don't have access to the things that you're looking for, I promise you there are opportunities and other ways that you can get access to those things, and you simply need to keep working at it, and again, seek advice from those who came before you, who have gone down that path and can share some wisdom about how to go about achieving the thing that you're trying to achieve.
absolutely. And if you are in Newark, New Jersey, you didn't hear this from me, but the Marriott Hotel on Broad Street, you walk up to the second floor and just grab a seat and use the Wi-Fi. Okay. So guys, I want to know. Let's talk about how and what's the importance for generational wealth with entrepreneurship. How do those two things kind of coincide, right, Darren? What's the why should we start businesses, and how does that lead to generational wealth?
Right. I mean, that's a great question. And I think that I can use my own household, as an example, right? My wife is an entrepreneur, and, she's been blessed to be a very successful one. I've taken a more traditional route of, working for a company or companies over my career. And we both agreed very early on that this dual track was one that made sense for us because, again, you work for a company, you have a downturn in the market like we had back, about 15 or so years ago. A lot of people were let go. Her business was still moving, right? But just, with that, we just went through the pandemic, and she went a few months where she wasn't able to have her doors open, but I had the flexibility to be able to work remotely. I was still able to work, right? So just so that as a balance of being able to have different means to be able to take care of and provide security for our family. The other piece there is by being an entrepreneur sets her up to so many different advantages. We even talking about things such as tax breaks, things that she can deduct, so forth and so on. But it does set the basis and the foundation for building that generational and intergenerational wealth because she's able to go as far as her talents, vision, can take her. And when we take a look at, again, this whole entrepreneurial piece, this is nothing new for people that look like you and me. So we're talking about this like this is something that, some novel idea. We've been doing this for centuries. And maybe not calling it entrepreneurship, I'll exchange it with survival. So, it's in us, it's in our DNA. And, people think a lot of times if you don't have a whole lot of money, you can't start a business. That's not true. It all depends on what kind of business you're looking at. There's some businesses that will require lots of money up front in order to be able to get them off the ground. But there are lots of smaller businesses that don't, have much capital requirements up front that you can move in that process to get going and just get off the ground. Some people start off with a small business and then build up a certain amount of capital and then use that to invest in another business. So sometimes you have to take multiple strategies to ultimately be able to get where you're trying to go.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. And I think you said a key point there. In many respects, entrepreneurship is survival. Because I speak with a lot of small business owners today, providing coaching and consulting to a lot of small business owners, and for many of them, and I would include myself in that. The idea of working a full-time job, it didn't sit well with me. And not to say that you shouldn't do it, not to say that it's a bad thing. For me, it just didn't gel, and I always felt that entrepreneurship was the route that I wanted to go because I wanted that personal independence. And then if you look back at our history, for many of us, especially those who were, I mean, you talk about, for example, Black Wall Street. Many of us are familiar with that story now. But the wealth of that town, before the race riots and the massacre happened, but the wealth that was built in that town, much of that wealth was derived from people starting their own thing. And so when we were excluded out of what was happening with respect to economics and greater society, what we had to do was kind of rely on ourselves, start businesses, and create those opportunities that we wanted to see. So from the very beginning, entrepreneurship was part of our history. And I think, and as you do that, as you're able to, again, solve the problems within your community, you're able to generate some income, some savings, and some wealth. And then that wealth gets passed on to the generation after you. And then they themselves then start a little bit further ahead than where you started. And I think when we talk about wealth building, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we should be talking about it and thinking about it from a multi-generational standpoint. Like, what I'm doing today will have an impact on what will happen tomorrow. And the hope is that my community, my family will be able to benefit from that, or they'll take the baton from where I handed it off and then continue to carry it forward. And so entrepreneurship, I think, is vital in terms of what I think we're trying to create as a community at large, in terms of the impact that we want to have in terms of, housing, education, our communities from an economic standpoint, as far as job creation. Right? Entrepreneurship will have an impact on all of those things, and being able to create good, solid businesses that provides a service and a value to the community, and being able to generate wealth from that will then allow us to continue to pass that on forward. So I think it's critical when we talk about multi-generational wealth.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe you. I agree with you both. There's a book that I just read recently, and this is to someone else made a point earlier in the day about a job being the best way to fund your business idea. And so if you read the book, The 9 to 5 Millionaire by Jamal King, he was a cop while he was building his real estate empire. And that regularly scheduled check helped him fund his business idea. So I'm a believer in that as well, guys. And so this conversation has been super awesome, super fruitful. I'm honored to be a part of this summit. Thank you both for the gems that you've dropped. And so on behalf of fathers everywhere, we encourage you to reset your relationship with money. So you contact our roster of financial professional experts that we've had today throughout this phenomenal summit. And thank you for joining us. Happy Father's Day, happy Juneteenth, and have a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Hey, can you envision a world when those who have historically not invested use their mobile phones to purchase fractional and whole shares in U.S. publicly traded companies with zero trading fees? That time has come. Wakeza. Finally, from your mobile phone, you can start investing to build wealth. Wakeza. Just download the Wakeza app, create your account, receive financial education. Wakeza. Join the Wakeza online community, research companies, then purchase fractional or whole shares in U.S. publicly traded companies. You become a financially educated and protected investor. Wakeza has one empowering objective: generational wealth and financial inclusion for the culture of investing. Wakeza.